will begin shortly. Good morning. We will now begin the hearing. Today is Saturday, August 27th, 2022, and the time is 10:01 a.m. My name is Lou Oliva, and I will be today's hearing officer. The hearing is being live streamed and recorded and will be available publicly on the MTA YouTube channel and the Central Business District Tolling Program project website at mta.info/CBDTP. Stenographers are present and will create a written record of today's hearing. By attending this virtual hearing, you consent to be recorded. Today's hearing will begin with opening remarks, followed by a presentation on the Central Business District Tolling Program Environmental Assessment, and then public comments. There are 206 speakers signed up. Speakers will be called in the order they signed up. After we get underway, through the Q&A function, we will send each speaker present today your place in the speaker list. Please give us a little time, as it will take some time to get this message to each speaker in attendance. Throughout the day, we will regularly let everyone know where we are in the list so you can gauge how much longer you may need to wait to speak. If you had joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. If this is your preference, please indicate this in the Q&A function and we will give you further instructions. Please do not use the Q&A function for comments. Please do not use the Q&A function for comments you would like to submit on the Central Business District Tolling Program. Comments can be submitted by visiting mta.info/CBDTP, calling 646-252-7440, via mail to CBD Tolling Program, 2 Broadway, 23rd floor, New York, New York, 10004, or via email at cbdtp@mtabt.org. You may also submit comments directly to the Federal Highway Administration via email at cbdtp@dot.gov, or by mail at FHWA, New York Division, Ray CBDTP, Leo W. O'Brien, Federal Building, 11A, Clinton Avenue, Suite 719, Albany, New York, 12207. Comments submitted by mail, phone, email, online form, or verbally at a hearing will be considered equally and carry the same weight. In addition, and again in recognition of the overwhelming interest, we have added the ability to submit personally recorded video comments. As with oral comments at the hearings, video comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Recorded video comments may be submitted via email to cbdtp@mtabt.org. Such comments will be considered equally and carry the same weight as all other methods for submitting comments. CART captioning and American Sign Language interpreters are available at today's hearing. To turn on CART captioning, use the CC button on the bottom of the screen. Sign language interpreters will appear on screen for all attendees. To hear the translated audio, use the interpretation button on the bottom of the screen. We will now start with opening remarks from Dr. Allison de Serrano, MTA's Deputy Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us today. We are excited to be here as we continue our public outreach on this historic project. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to learn more and share with us your thoughts and comments. This morning, I am representing the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority and MTA more broadly, and joined by Nicola Angel, Vice President at Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, and other members of the agency, as well as other colleagues from the other project sponsors for this effort. Nicholas Chuba, Chief Engineer for the New York State Department of Transportation, and William Ulam, Deputy Director of Traffic Engineering and Planning from New York City Department of Transportation. We also have with us today Rick Markey, New York Division Administrator for the Federal Highway Administration, the lead federal agency for this project. He will be joined by Monica Pavlik, Project Manager, and Anna Price, Director for Office of Programs. Key personnel from all four of our agencies are also in attendance today, listening to what you have to say. Your comments will be recorded, indexed, and responded to as part of the environmental assessment process. Last year, we held 10 webinar-style public sessions, 9 similar sessions focused on environmental justice communities, and several meetings each of the Environmental Justice Technical Advisory Group and Environmental Justice Stakeholder Working Group. Since then, we have incorporated comments heard during these sessions into the technical analyses for the environmental assessment, or EA. I want to thank all of you for your earlier input. I believe you will see firsthand how your comments affected what we explored and how we addressed concerns. On August 10th, 2022, we released the environmental assessment for public review. If you had not yet had an opportunity to read the entire environmental assessment, the executive summary, which has been translated into multiple languages, is available on our website. The rest of the document is also on the website, and you can find a hard copy of the entire environmental assessment at numerous locations throughout 28 counties in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. A complete list of locations is also available on our project website. In a few moments, we will begin with a presentation that provides a summary review of the environmental assessment findings. It is a bit longer than one might expect, but there is a lot of important information here, and we want to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to hear about the areas in which they may be interested. After the presentation, we will listen to those of you who would like to provide oral public comments. The formal comment period on the environmental assessment continues through September 9th. For those who prefer not to speak, but still want to submit comments, we will provide information on other ways to do that again later in the session. Now, let's begin our presentation.
So what is the Central Business District Tolling Program? In 2019, New York State enacted the MTA Reform and Traffic Mobility Act, which authorized the Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, or TBTA, to design, develop, and implement a vehicular tolling program to reduce traffic congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District. As defined by the Act, vehicles entering or remaining in the Manhattan Central Business District on or below 60th Street, which is shown in the map in orange, would be tolled. The FDR Drive, West Side Highway, Battery Park Underpass, and any surface roadway portion of the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel connecting to West Street, in essence, the dark red line along the edges of the orange area on the map to the right, would be excluded from the toll. After covering the project-related capital and operating expenses, revenue collected would fund MTA's 2020 to 2024 capital program and successor capital programs. By law, 80% of the net revenues would be used for New York City transit capital improvements, 10% would be used for Long Island Railroad, and 10% for improvements for Metro North Railroad. With respect to how the Manhattan CBD tolling program would work, locations for infrastructure would include detection points placed at entrances and exits to the Manhattan CBD. On the avenues, these detection points would generally be between 60th and 61st Streets, and an algorithm would be used so those who stay on excluded roadways are not tolled. In essence, as someone is coming down the roadway, the detection points would detect their vehicle and determine how long it should be before they're seen at the next location. Assuming they continue to be seen at each location within the allotted time, no toll would be charged. If, however, the vehicle is not seen and then not seen again, at some point the system will determine that they must have entered the Central Business District and a toll would be charged. On the right, you can see an example of what the infrastructure and the tolling system equipment would look like. It's predominantly poles, as you see on the right, and mast arms, as you see on the left. Importantly, the tolling system equipment will be clustered and housed in a single unit enclosures as shown on the bottom. The enclosures are purposely designed to minimize the amount of equipment on the poles and to reflect light in a way that makes them less visible to someone walking or driving. With respect to how customers would pay, it would be very similar to what people experience today. They would be able to pay with EasyPass or tolls by mail, where an image is taken of the license plate and a bill is mailed to the registered owner of the vehicle. And we will also have the capability for future third-party providers. In essence, these are companies that may use different types of technology that can link into the technology that this system would have. The benefits of the program would include reduced vehicular traffic in and near the Manhattan Central Business District, improved travel times within the Manhattan Central Business District, including for buses and deliveries, and a new source of local recurring capital funding for subways, trains, and buses, as well as improved regional air quality. So why is an environmental assessment, or EA, needed for this project? Well, some roadways in the Manhattan Central Business District have received federal funds, so approval for tolling is needed from the Federal Highway Administration. Before a federal agency makes a decision, the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, requires the federal agency to understand and disclose the environmental effects of the action, in this case, the tolling. An EA is performed to ensure federal agencies consider the environmental impacts of their actions in the decision-making process. For a proposed action that is not likely to have significant effects, or when the significance of the effect is unknown, the EA aids in determining the significance of the adverse effects. Since the project could have effects on environmental justice populations, Federal Highway Administration and the project sponsors incorporated enhanced public outreach and coordination with federal and state resource agencies. The project's purpose is to reduce traffic congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District in a manner that will generate revenue for future transportation improvements, pursuant to acceptance into Federal Highway Administration's Value Pricing Pilot Program, or VPPP. The need is to reduce vehicle congestion in the Manhattan Central Business District and create a new local recurring funding source for MTA's capital projects. The purpose and need are refined through 4 objectives: to reduce daily vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, within the Manhattan Central Business District by at least 5%, to reduce the number of vehicles entering the Manhattan Central Business District daily by at least 10%, to create a funding source for capital improvements and generate sufficient annual net revenue to fund $15 billion for capital projects for the MTA capital program, and to establish a tolling program consistent with the purposes underlying the New York State legislation entitled the MTA Reform and Traffic Mobility Act. You may be asking, why do we need to toll the Manhattan Central Business District? Well, traffic congestion has been a problem in the Manhattan Central Business District for many years, and one of the most challenging policy problems for generations. Many efforts have been made, and yet congestion in New York City consistently ranks among the worst in the United States. Indeed, congestion costs 102 hours of lost time, equating to almost $1,600 per year per driver in delay. Between 2010 and 2019, travel speeds fell 22% in Manhattan Central Business District, and local bus speeds have declined 28% since 2010. The average speed of select bus service, New York City's bus rapid transit service routes, in the Manhattan CBD is 19% slower than in the outer boroughs. With respect to MTA's subway, rail, and bus systems, they need to be repaired and modernized. Funding from the project would support the 2020 to 2024 capital program and the successor programs that prioritize investing to improve reliability, committing to environmental sustainability, building an accessible transit system for all New Yorkers, easing congestion and creating growth, and improving safety and customer service through technology. I'll now walk you through the findings of the environmental assessment. There were 2 project alternatives that are evaluated in the environmental assessment. The no action alternative, in which there is no program to toll vehicles in the Manhattan Central Business District, no comprehensive plan to reduce congestion, and no new annual recurring funding for MTA capital programs. And there is the central business tolling, or action, alternative, where we implement a tolling program consistent with the Mobility Act to toll the vehicles entering or remaining in the Manhattan Central Business District. We install tolling infrastructure and tolling system equipment and signage within and near the Manhattan Central Business District, and generate funds for MTA's capital investments in subways, buses, and commuter railroads. The environmental assessment explores each of the topics in this chart. The specific chapters that address the analysis for each area are identified here. As you can see, the analysis shows that most of the areas have beneficial effects or no adverse effects, but there are a few areas with potential adverse effects. The slides a bit later in the presentation will address each of the areas and identify any mitigation that is needed. This slide has a lot of information, and it is in the executive summary and in Chapter 2 of the environmental assessment for further review. I am going to spend a few moments reviewing and explaining it here so everyone can understand its importance. As I said a moment ago, there are two alternatives for this environmental assessment: the no action and the central business district tolling alternative. Within the central business district tolling alternative, there are a number of tolling scenarios that vary in several ways. Modeling these different scenarios helped us to understand the full range of effects of the central business district tolling alternative, since the decision on the actual tolling scenario has not yet been made. For those of you who participated in the early outreach, you may notice that we now have 7 tolling scenarios when we originally discussed 6. That is because we added a tolling scenario, which I'll get to shortly, as a result of concerns raised during the early public outreach. So let me walk you through. Along the top are the tolling scenarios. Tolling scenario A we refer to as the base plan. This is the plan that is characterized in the legislation. Tolling scenario B has that same base plan, but starts to add caps in the form of how many times a vehicle can be tolled and certain exemptions. Tolling scenario C adds what we call low crossing credits for vehicles using tunnels to access the central business district, with some caps and exemptions. Those crossing credits, when they are low, are roughly $6.50. When they are high, as you see in tolling scenarios D, E, and F, the credits are roughly $13, and this was used for modeling purposes. In D, E, and F, you see those high crossing credits. In D and E, they are applied to the tunnels that enter into the central business district. And in F, vehicles using all of the tolled facilities that enter Manhattan would be eligible for crossing credits. Moving down the left side, you see the distinction on the items that are varying. First, the potential crossing credits. Again, these are credits that would be applied toward the central business district toll for tolls paid at facilities prior to entering the central business district. As you move to the right, you can see the no's and yeses, which determine whether or not that potential crossing credit applies to the facilities that are identified. Moving to the next group are potential exemptions and discounts in the form of caps on the number of tolls per day. Importantly, by legislation and in the modeling and in the program, passenger vehicles would be charged only once per day, but other vehicles could be charged more than that. And as you read across to the right, you will see under each of the different tolling scenarios how these different types of vehicles were treated with respect to caps or exemptions. Finally, as you move to the bottom, we have the approximate toll rate for autos, small trucks, and large trucks that resulted from the modeling. The one tolling scenario I'd like to mention is tolling scenario G, all the way to the right. This tolling scenario has a base plan with the same tolls for all vehicle classes. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation, but importantly, as you see on the bottom, the toll rate is set the same for every type of vehicle. So that was a lot of information, and so I'd like to leave you with some key takeaways. First and foremost, tolling the Manhattan Central Business District in all scenarios reduce traffic entering the Manhattan Central Business District and results in a net benefit in congestion reduction for the region. Discounts, crossing credits, and exemptions result in the need for higher toll rates. Higher toll rates lead to a greater degree of traffic reduction in the Manhattan Central Business District, but also lead to increased traffic diversions, including increases along the Cross Bronx Expressway and the Staten Island Expressway. Crossing credits lead to more parity in the total cost among different routes that are taken by vehicles entering the Manhattan Central Business District. But those same crossing credits change the balance of effects on traffic. They result in less effect reducing traffic from Queens and much less effect reducing traffic from New Jersey. They result in greater effects reducing traffic from north of 60th Street in Brooklyn. And they result in more traffic at the Queens Midtown Tunnel, the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel, and the Long Island Expressway. Before we move on, I thought it was helpful to give at least a sense of where are the commuters actually coming from into the Manhattan Central Business District. On the left, you can see the 28 county region. Again, this is all in the environmental assessment for further review. The colors on the map denote the proportion of total commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District from each county in the 28 county region. The map also shows how many commute by transit, car, or some other transportation mode to reach the Manhattan Central Business District. Not surprisingly, counties that are further away tend to have fewer commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District. For example, of all the commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District, fewer than 1% come from counties like New Haven and Dutchess. About 1 to 3% come from counties like Rockland, Morris, and Richmond, and roughly 4 to 5% come from Bergen, Hudson, and Westchester counties. Closer in, about 6 to 10% come from Nassau County and the Bronx, while the remainder of the New York City boroughs contribute 11 to 22% of the commuters to the Manhattan Central Business District. On the right, in the figure, you can see that of all the people commuting to work in the Manhattan Central Business District, the vast majority, 85%, commute by transit. Of the 11% who commute by car, approximately 8% of them are from counties in New York, roughly 3% in New Jersey, and less than 1% from Connecticut. Now we'll go through the effects of each of the topic areas. On the top right of each slide, you'll see that we've identified whether effects are beneficial, not adverse, or adverse. In this case, this is the regional effects of transportation. Broadly speaking, all tolling scenarios reduce the number of vehicle entries into the Manhattan Central Business District and reduce vehicle miles traveled in the Manhattan Central Business District. The table on the bottom left provides the degree to which the traffic is reduced. In this case, there's a reduction of vehicles entering the Manhattan CBD of nearly 20% to roughly 15%, depending upon which tolling scenario one is looking at. On the right-hand side, you see the increase or decrease in daily vehicle miles traveled for each of the areas throughout the 28 counties. And as you can see, broadly speaking, regionally, again, there's largely a benefit. In the Manhattan Central Business District, VMT decreases anywhere from a little over 9% to about 7%. Throughout New York City, the reduction is roughly 1.5% to about 0.7%, and so on down the group. With respect to highways, we have beneficial effects, and we do have some adverse effects in a few locations where mitigation will be required. Some locations experience a decrease in congestion, which is a beneficial effect. There were 3 highway segments, though, that would experience adverse effects in the form of increased delays at certain times. As you can see here, it's the westbound Long Island Expressway near the Queens Midtown Tunnel in the midday. Approaches to the westbound George Washington Bridge on I-95 also in the midday. And in the evening, the southbound and northbound FDR Drive between East 10th Street and Brooklyn Bridge. For mitigation, the project sponsors implement a monitoring plan prior to the project beginning that identifies thresholds for adverse effects. If the thresholds are reached as a result of the project sponsors will institute transportation demand management measures, such as ramp metering, motorist information, or signage, at identified highway locations with adverse effects. In addition, post-implementation, the project sponsors will monitor effects, and if needed, Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority, TBTA, will modify the toll rates, crossing credits, exemptions, and/or discounts to reduce those adverse effects. Note the call-out in the upper right, and recall what I mentioned regarding tolling scenario G earlier. During our early outreach and conversations with environmental justice communities, we shared information regarding changes in traffic patterns. Here on the left, you can see one of the maps that was used for analysis related to traffic and air quality effects. These are areas with environmental justice communities. Under this tolling scenario, some of these communities would experience reduced vehicle miles traveled. Others would see some increases as traffic diverts to avoid the toll. As noted earlier, as the toll goes up, these diversions increase. Participants raised concerns about the increased traffic along the Cross Bronx Expressway and asked what that meant in terms of truck traffic, as trucks are associated with particulate matter and associated health effects. The team reviewed the initial 6 scenarios at a specific location, McCombs Road, and found the daily increases in truck traffic in the table to the right. During this same outreach period, The trucking associations also raised their concerns that people can move to transit to avoid the toll, but trucks cannot do this. Further, though tolled bridges, roadways, and tunnels typically charge higher tolls for trucks given the wear and tear on the roadway, the purpose of this project is to reduce congestion. The project team looked closer at why trucks were diverting in the modeling. We found that the extent of the diversions was linked to the truck toll and price differential in the initial 6 tolling scenarios where trucks are tolled at a higher price. To test this, we created tolling scenario G, which prices all vehicle types the same. The result, as you can see, reduced the diversions along with the relative incremental number of trucks on the Cross Bronx Expressway. Given the concerns raised, the project team decided to include this tolling scenario formally in the environmental assessment. With respect to local intersections, again, there are beneficial effects and adverse effects where mitigation is required. Specifically, most intersections would experience decreases in delay. Tolling scenarios D, E, and F, the high credit scenarios, had 4 out of 102 intersections that experienced adverse effects in the modeling in the form of increased delay at certain times, and you can see them here on the right. Project sponsors will monitor those intersections where adverse effects are identified and implement appropriate signal timing adjustments to mitigate the effect per New York City Department of Transportation's normal practice. In terms of transit, we found beneficial effects and some adverse effects where mitigation is required. With respect to beneficial effects, reduced roadway congestion would result in reliable, faster bus trips. There is an increase in transit ridership of 1 to 2% system-wide for travel to and from the Manhattan Central Business District, but no adverse effects from increased ridership on any lines or transit stations. We do see that some scenarios increased ridership could adversely affect passenger flows at specific stairs or escalators, what we refer to as station elements. With respect to mitigation, in tolling scenarios E and F, TBTA will coordinate with New Jersey Transit and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey to implement a monitoring plan with specific thresholds for pedestrian volumes on a specific station stair in Hoboken Terminal. If the thresholds are reached, TBTA will coordinate with these agencies to implement signage and wayfinding. In all the tolling scenarios, TBTA will coordinate with MTA's New York City Transit to implement monitoring plans with specific thresholds at the locations bulleted here. At 42nd Street and Times Square, there's a specific stair affected, and if the threshold is reached, the center handrail will be removed and the riser will be adjusted. At Union Square Subway Station and Flushing and Main Street Station, there are 2 escalators, 1 in each, that could be affected. If the thresholds are reached, we would increase escalator speeds. And at Court Square, there's a stair affected. If the threshold is reached, we would construct a new stair to increase capacity. With respect to pedestrians and bicycles, the EA found that increases in passengers at transit hubs would have no adverse effects. There would be some increases in bicycle trips overall and near the transit hubs, but again, no adverse effects. Outside the Manhattan Central Business District, increased transit usage at individual stations would not adversely affect pedestrian conditions on nearby sidewalks, crosswalks, or corners. But within the Manhattan Central Business District, there are 2 crosswalks and 1 sidewalk that would be adversely affected. You can see here on the right with the red lines that they occur on 8th Avenue, near West 32nd Street and 7th Avenue, and on West 34th Street and Avenue of the Americas. For mitigation, the project sponsors will implement a monitoring plan with thresholds for action. If the threshold is reached, pedestrian space would be increased and obstructions will be removed or relocated. With respect to parking and to social conditions, specifically population characteristics and neighborhood character, we found either beneficial effects or no adverse effects. With respect to social conditions, improvement in travel time and safety, reduced vehicle operating costs, and reduced emissions would occur from the project. There would be no adverse effects on neighborhood character or access, travel to employment within the Manhattan Central Business District or reverse commuting, traffic patterns on local streets or community facilities and services. With respect to parking, The study found a reduction in parking demand within the Manhattan Central Business District, an increased parking demand at subway and commuter rail stations and park and ride facilities outside of the Manhattan Central Business District. But the increase at any individual location would not be large enough to result in an adverse effect from the project. Economic conditions found increased productivity as well as safety improvements. There were no adverse effects to any particular industry or occupational category in the Manhattan Central Business District. Depending on the tolling scenario, the toll could reduce taxi and for hire vehicle revenues in the Manhattan Central Business District. While the industry would remain economically viable overall, individual drivers could be adversely affected, and this is dealt with a little bit later in the presentation. In terms of energy and noise, again, there are beneficial effects and no adverse effects. With respect to energy, the region would benefit from reductions in regional energy consumption as a result of reductions in the vehicle miles traveled. In terms of noise, 102 intersections were assessed and all the crossings into the Manhattan Central Business District. The study found imperceptible increases or decreases in noise levels resulting from changes in traffic volumes. With respect to air quality, the environmental assessment found that regionally, air pollutants would be reduced, including precursors to greenhouse gases. There would be no local exceedances of air quality standards. Recognizing that air quality is of great concern to many constituents, we have several enhancements, though there were no local exceedances of those standards. New York City Department of Transportation will coordinate to expand the New York City Community Air Survey network of air quality monitors. This will be supplemented by a small number of real-time monitors for particulate matter. Also, based on feedback during outreach for the project, MTA will prioritize Kingsbridge and Gun Hill bus depots, both located in and serving primarily environmental justice communities in Upper Manhattan and the Bronx, when electric buses are received in MTA's next major procurement of battery electric buses. In terms of environmental justice, the study did find adverse effects where mitigation is required. The map to the right shows the communities that are environmental justice communities throughout the region. They are widespread, and as shown earlier, in some cases, certain EJ communities will benefit directly from this project. However, the project would have the potential for disproportionately high and adverse effects on low-income drivers who do not have an alternative transportation mode for reaching the Manhattan Central Business District, and on taxi and for hire vehicle drivers in New York City, many of whom identify as part of an environmental justice population. This adverse effect occurs specifically in tolling scenarios that toll their vehicles more than once per day. We have a number of mitigation for low-income drivers, which you can see here on the left. There will be a tax credit for Central Business District tolls paid by residents of the Manhattan Central Business District whose New York adjusted gross income for the taxable year is less than $60,000. CBTA will coordinate with New York State Department of Taxation and Finance to ensure availability of documentation needed for drivers eligible for the credit. CBTA will also post information related to the tax credit on the project website, with links to the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance website to guide eligible drivers to information on claiming the credit. CBTA will also eliminate the $10 refundable deposit required for EasyPass customers with no credit card linked to their account. It will increase promotion of existing EasyPass payment and plan options, and will work with MTA to increase outreach and education on eligibility for existing discounted transit fare products and programs. The project sponsors will establish an environmental justice community group that will meet on a biannual basis, with the first meeting 6 months after project implementation, to share updated data and analysis and hear about potential concerns. For effects on taxi and FHV drivers, the project sponsors will work with appropriate city and state agencies so that when passengers are present in the vehicles, the passengers will pay the toll rather than the driver. Again, these mitigations would be for New York City taxi and FHV drivers if a tolling scenario is implemented with tolls of more than once per day for their vehicles. CBTA will work with MTA New York City Transit to institute an employment resource coordination program to connect drivers experiencing job insecurity with a direct pathway to licensing, training, and job placement with MTA or its affiliated vendors at no cost to the drivers. For those who may not want a commercial driver's license, TBTA will coordinate with MTA New York City Transit to submit a request to the Federal Transit Administration for a pilot program that will help increase eligibility of taxi and FHV drivers to use their vehicles to provide paratransit trips. And MTA's New York City Transit will implement this program if approved. With respect to construction effects, no adverse effects were found. Construction would consist of replacement of existing poles or installation of new poles and mast arms, excavation and construction of foundations, placement of new support poles or structures, attachment of tolling system equipment, and restoration of the roadway, sidewalk, or ground surface. The construction would occur on streets and sidewalks and take approximately 1 to 2 weeks per location. During this time, there would be temporary disruptions to traffic and pedestrian patterns, and temporary noise disruptions at nearby land uses such as residences and businesses. The project sponsors would require the contractor to develop and comply with plans and procedures to minimize construction effects. With respect to visual resources, there were also no adverse effects. Infrastructure is similar in form to streetlight poles, sign poles, or similar structures already in use throughout New York City. Signage is similar in size and character to signs already present, and the color would match existing light pole colors. On the bottom right, there's a rendering of tolling system equipment that would be placed on existing infrastructure. Again, as noted earlier, the tolling equipment is clustered into those single enclosures to reduce visual impact. And cameras would use infrared illumination at night, so there would be no visible light needed. The project would have a neutral effect on viewer groups and no adverse effect on visual resources. With respect to Section 4F, a de minimis impact is one that, after taking into account any measures to minimize harm, results in either a Section 106 finding of no adverse effect or no historic properties affected on a historic property, or a determination that the project would not adversely affect the activities, features, or attributes qualifying a park, recreation area, or refuge for protection under Section 4F. Central Park and the High Line have the potential for a de minimis use. Federal Highway Administration is soliciting input from the public on the effects of installing equipment and signs within and on these properties. Signage and 4 replacement poles with tolling technology would be installed in Central Park. Tolling technology equipment would be added to the underneath of the existing structure of the High Line. You can see some of the renderings at the bottom here. With respect to the findings, the Central Business District tolling alternative does not result in adverse effects pursuant to Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, and it does not adversely affect the activities, features, or attributes that qualify the resource for protection under Section 4F. Federal Highway Administration has concurrence on a proposed finding from officials with jurisdiction over Central Park and the High Line, and will consider public input on its proposed finding received during this public review of the environmental assessments. There are 2 final additional enhancements I would like to mention, and again, they were in response to outreach during the early outreach period. First, the project sponsors are committed to ongoing data collection and reporting on the potential effects of the project. Data will be collected in advance and after implementation, and a formal report will be issued 1 year after implementation, and then every 2 years thereafter. The reporting website will make data, analysis, and visualizations available in open data format to the greatest extent possible, with updates provided on at least a biannual basis as data becomes available and analysis is completed. Again, through our conversations and public outreach, and particularly with environmental justice communities, we are also committed to prioritizing equity in bus service improvements. New York City's buses serve a greater share of low-income minority households than other modes, including subways. MTA developed a new approach that combines considerations of equity and air quality to identify equity priority areas, which are then used to target improvements and investments to promote equity and access to opportunities in transit-dependent, historically marginalized, and underserved areas. Information on our early public outreach is here on the left. During that period, we held 10 virtual public outreach meetings, as well as 9 environmental justice outreach meetings. We had 3 meetings of the Environmental Justice Technical Advisory Group and 2 meetings of the Environmental Justice Stakeholder Working Group. During the 19 public outreach and EJ outreach meetings, we had over 1,000 participants registered and nearly 400 speakers. All of the sessions were left on our project website and people could access them through YouTube. To date, we've had over 14,000 views and we've received over 7,300 comments. Our current public outreach sessions will include 6 public hearings, starting on Thursday, August 25th and running through Wednesday, August 31st. We will also have another meeting of the Environmental Justice Stakeholder Working Group and another meeting of the Environmental Justice Technical Advisory Group. With respect to schedule, this shows where we currently are. We did our early public outreach in 2021 and early 2022. We prepared the environmental assessment. We've notified agencies and organizations and individuals of the environmental assessment's availability. And we're now in the midst, in orange here, of public review and comment on the environmental assessment. After the formal comment period closes, there will be a determination whether the action, in this case the tolling, will result in significant effects. Ultimately, we're expecting that in early 2023, Federal Highway Administration will issue a decision document. If adverse effects are not significant or can be mitigated below significant levels, FHWA would issue a FONSI, a finding of no significant impact. If there are significant effects that cannot be mitigated, then an environmental impact statement, or EIS, would be required. As noted, our public comment period is open until September 9th of 2022. If you'd like to submit written comments, you may do so in the following ways: through our project website, by email, mail, phone, or fax, or to the Federal Highway Administration by email or mail. All of this information is also available on our website, and the information on the project website, email, mail, phone, and fax for MTA bridges and tunnels is also in the environmental assessment. In addition, formal oral comments can be made at the public hearings, as many of you are doing today. They will be recorded by the stenographer. Thank you again for attending this public hearing to learn more about the environmental assessment for the Central Business District Tolling Program. And now, we look forward to hearing from you.
We encourage anyone joining via Zoom or live stream to take a short survey using the QR code or link currently being displayed. The link can also be found in the chat section of the Zoom. We are gathering public comments today on the environmental assessment for the Central Business District Tolling Program. Comments will be recorded, indexed, and responded to as part of the environmental assessment process. There are 206 speakers signed up to speak today. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. At the 2.5-minute mark, the clock will turn red and you will hear a beep notifying you that you have 30 seconds remaining. We ask that speakers keep their remarks to 3 minutes, to the 3 minutes time frame, out of respect for all other speakers. We will be calling speakers in the order they signed up, but anyone who wishes to speak will have an opportunity. Due to the volume of speakers, there may be extended wait times to speak. Comments submitted by mail, phone, email, online form, or verbally at a hearing will be considered equally and carry the same weight. If you have joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. If this is your preference, please indicate this in the Q&A function and we will provide you with further instructions. Please note that comments on the Central Business District Tolling Program are not being received via the Q&A function, and comments submitted in that fashion will not be part of the hearing record. When you are called on to speak, there will be a brief transition on your screen before you will be able to unmute and enable your camera. Please make sure that once your screen updates, your camera and microphone are enabled before beginning your remarks. If you do not wish to use your camera, you do not have to do so. You will not be able to unmute or enable your camera until it is your turn to speak. Please remain patient until then. In the event you miss your name being called, we will call you again after all other speakers in attendance have been called a first time. As a reminder, this hearing is being live streamed and recorded and will be available publicly on our YouTube channel and on our project website at mta.info/CBDTP. Stenographers are present and will create a written record of this hearing. By attending this virtual hearing, You consent to be recorded.
We will now begin the public comment portion of today's hearing. Our first speaker is Frank Avila Goldman, followed by Valentina Jones.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, great. Thank you so much. My name is Frank Avila Goldman. I live in the LES in affordable housing on the waterfront facing the FDR. According to New York City's Environmental Justice for All report released last year, the LES, the Lower East Side, is an environmental justice area with approximately 28% of census tracts living below the poverty line. According to the NYU Furman report, the Lower East Side, Chinatown, there are approximately 15,000 public housing and 5,200 Mitchell-Ami units in this district. The LES waterfront, specifically speaking, is comprised primarily of subsidized housing, most of which are far from local subway stations. We are a residential community, not a business district, and we have limited subway access. My walking commute, for example, is just shy of a mile to Essex Delancey, and the closest rapid bus stop, the M14A, was relocated further away while permitting additional bus stops for residents in private housing. Additionally, Essex Delancey or East Broadway, my local subway stations, they lack elevators and they are not accessible for most seniors or differently abled individuals. I share these details because I wanted to illustrate the transportation issues my community faces. While I understand the merits of congestion pricing, it is entirely unjust to permit a carve-out for vehicular traffic entering onto the FDR, as it will exacerbate the noise and pollution emissions to low-income New Yorkers of color will make up the majority of housing stock along the FDR from NYCHA Smith houses all the way up to NYCHA Jacob Riis. I'm concerned how little consideration is provided to low-income New Yorkers who continually bear the brunt of the lack of amenities, transportation upgrades, and are in direct line of all the adverse pollution effects simply because they need an affordable place to live. Please reconsider the effects of carve-outs for the FDR and the health effects to my community. Please consider the child hospitalization asthma rates and how permitting carve-outs for the FDR will exacerbate the health of my community. This carve-out won't reduce traffic congestion for our community. It will do the exact opposite. We in the waterfront deserve to be able to open our windows without daily soot coming into our homes. Our fixed-income seniors cannot open their windows for cooling waterfront breezes, so they rely on AC units, which further drives up their expenses. My community deserves to breathe fresh air just like anybody else. The MTA proposal, as it stands, will effectively exacerbate the environmental justice community I live in, provided no benefits likely result in increases to medical goods and services for our senior populations, and leave a low-income immigrant, Black, Brown, Asian community more vulnerable to reductions in air quality. Please, no carve-outs for cars entering onto the FDR. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Valentina Jones, followed by Nocencio Lopez.
Hi, my name is Valentina Jones. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lower East Side Power Partnership. The consequences of not taking medications because of expense in Manhattan Community District 3, including those for heart, blood pressure, and diabetes, should be avoided. Medications should not be more expensive for residents of Manhattan Community District 3 if purchased in Manhattan Community District 3. There are no incentives, safeguards, or guarantees in the plan to shield residents from price increases. The Lower East Side Power Partnership advocates for exemption for vehicles bringing medications to pharmacies in Manhattan Community District 3. Fruits and vegetables are excellent sources of nutrients and vitamins. Fruits and vegetables should not be more expensive for residents of Manhattan Community District 3 if purchased in Manhattan Community District 3. LESPP advocates for exemptions for vehicles bringing fruits and vegetables to Manhattan Community District 3. According to the CBD toll-in program environmental assessment, people concerned about the toll could relocate in their place of residence. That's 653. In Community District 3, there's a high concentration of senior and low-income housing. Residents will be unlikely to find affordable housing outside the Community District 3. The suggestion to relocate supports that congestion pricing for residents of Manhattan Community District 3 is unaffordable. LESPP advocates for exemption for all residents in Manhattan Community District 3. A flat exemption for residents of Manhattan Community 3 would be much simpler and direct. It should not cost more to provide services at faith-based institutions, senior programs, community centers, nonprofit programs, etc. in Manhattan Community District 3. Some of the public transit stations are without accessible subway station. LESPP advocates for exemptions for community service providers who provide services in Manhattan Community District 3. LESPP advocates that transit improvements be made before congestion pricing is implemented. Congestion pricing is totally unaffordable for residents in the zone who do not fall within the $60,000 range, since the only price reduction is for entering zone overnight, and that is still $5 to $12. Many seniors use their cars during the day for grocery shopping, doctor's appointments, and other necessary daily living tasks. Let's take the scenario that a senior from Community District 3 goes to Queens to purchase a two-week supply of groceries at ShopRite and also purchase gas. They would be charged $23 to return over the Williamsburg Bridge to Community District 3. If they took Queens Midtown Tunnel and went to FDR Drive, they would have to pay, in addition to the tunnel total, $23 charge just to return to the district. Getting gas in Manhattan is extremely limited, and just buying it in Manhattan will likely result in zone travel tacking on the congestion price and inflated cost of gas in the zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Inocencio Lopez, followed by Michael Murray. Our next speaker is Michael Murray, followed by Isabella Reek. Our next speaker is Isabella Reek, followed by Brian Jankowitz. As a reminder, if you've joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Our next speaker is Brian Jankowitz, followed by John Lee. Our next speaker is John Lee, followed by Donald Howell. Our next speaker is Donald Howell, followed by our 10th speaker on the list, Daniel Flax. Our next speaker is Daniel Flax, followed by Winston Fernandez. Our next speaker is Winston Fernandez, followed by Birain Parikh. Our next speaker is Birain Parikh, followed by Renee Baruch. Our next speaker is Renee Baruch, followed by Kyle Buford. Renee Baruch. Our next speaker.
Good morning.
Oh,
Good morning.
we
I
can.
finally unmuted. Can you see me?
Your camera is not on.
Well, I'm going to have to proceed then without it on. I'm the president and founder of New York City Residential Parking Permit Programs. I am here today because The congestion pricing proposal shifts the traffic and parking and environmental burden from Manhattan's central business district to many New York neighborhoods and streets outside the toll zone, where parking and driving are already a nightmare. No one in New York wants to own a car. No one. Many in New York must have cars to get to otherwise inaccessible places of employment, to visit relatives in areas not served by public transport, and to manage their lives. Private cars cannot be completely eliminated. Without a residential parking permit program, the proposed business district tolling system is simply irresponsible. Stockholm and London, two of the cities you have so favorably compared to New York, both have such systems. Without it, drivers will be encouraged to enter the city and access public transportation by parking in areas such as Washington Heights, Hamilton Heights, Flushing, Jamaica, and near Brooklyn's transport hubs, not to mention the Upper East and West sides of Manhattan. As a result, this proposal just shifts the congestion burden to neighborhoods where street parking is already too scarce. Numerous other groups, as well as Commissioner Rodriguez, have called for a residential parking permit program. MTA may not be in the parking business, as its chairman has publicly proclaimed, but to make its central business district proposal truly work for all New Yorkers, the MTA should provide a proper foundation, linking it to a new residential parking program. The flaws in the environmental assessment of this tolling program are numerous, but the assessment's methods and conclusions are not worthy of attention without attending first to the impact of the proposal on the rest of New York City's streets. Those streets and those people matter. Thank you very much. My remarks are concluded.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kyle Burford, followed by our 15th speaker on the list, Jose Liz. Our next speaker is Jose Liz, followed by Frank Hernandez. Our next speaker is Frank Hernandez, followed by Chris Moody. Our next speaker is Chris Moody, followed by Jay Rash. Our next speaker is Jay Rash, followed by Precious Golston. Our next speaker is Precious Golston, followed by our 20th speaker on the list, Oscar Ortega. Our next speaker is Oscar Ortega, followed by Trevor Sheed. As a reminder, if you've joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Our next speaker is Trevor Sheed, followed by Jose Del Rosario. Our next speaker is Jose Del Rosario, followed by Alan Pena. Our next speaker is Alan Pena, followed by Alexander Sanchez. Our next speaker is Alexander Sanchez, followed by Yoel Mateo. Our next speaker is Yoel Mateo, followed by Robert Friedrich. Our next speaker is Robert Friedrich, followed by Adrian Mercado. Our next speaker is Adrian Mercado, followed by Christopher Reyes. Our next speaker is Christopher Reyes, followed by Gerald Adams. Our next speaker is Gerald Adams, followed by our 30th speaker on the list, Dima Teploff. Our next speaker is Dima Teploff, followed by Paul Wang. Our next speaker is Paul Wang, followed by Mitchell S. Korber. Our next speaker is Mitchell S. Korber, followed by Sylvia Scaglione. Mitchell, you may begin your remarks. Mitchell, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Okay, I've unmuted myself. I had to rejoin just a minute ago. I've started my video. Here I am. Okay. I think, first of all, most of us are low income in my world. I'm a senior. Of course, I already get some senior discounts, okay? And I don't have a car, but I'm furious that Manhattan and New York City is burdening the outside boroughs outside of this district for parking. And of course, people are going to avoid driving into the district and, you know, like park and ride people and take MTA, subway, or bus if they can through the district. So that way you'll collect less money. But okay, whatever. And taxi drivers, I heard that they're not going to be charged, but the passengers are going to take the charge. I think that's so ridiculous. Even splitting the charge is ridiculous. Okay, Uber is already too expensive. So let's say I've got a $9 ride without the charge. Okay, now it's going to be $18 to get from here to where I want to go. I'm sure with all the detailed workings of your proposal, so many details, so many of recorded easy paths and counters of people entering or even close to entering the area. And you say you've compared it to London and Stockholm. Well, here's what's happening. I may not be charged unless I take a taxi or Uber. But what about my girlfriend with a car? She's going to be freaked out and overburdened. But so is the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sylvia Scaglione, followed by Bill Weber. Sylvia, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Sylvia, you're currently muted. You can unmute yourself using the microphone icon in the bottom left of your screen. Sylvia, if you're not unable to unmute yourself, we'll have to come back to you because we can't hear your remarks. We'll move to our next speaker and try to address these IT issues. The next speaker is Bill Weber, followed by Lori Goodman.
Hello?
All right, Bill, if you could please hold, we'll take remarks from Sylvia. Sylvia, we can hear you. Please begin your remarks.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Sylvia Scaglione, and I live in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn, New York. I'm a single, middle-income woman. I'd like the committee to know that I do not consent to a new tax on my freedom of movement. My boyfriend lives in the East Village of Manhattan. We take frequent weekend car trips. It appears that there's no off hours for this exorbitant toll. If this is about reducing congestion, why is there still a toll on weekends, evenings, and early mornings? I am 60 years old and he is 73 and he lives on Social Security and food stamps. I shouldn't have to pay $48 just to pick him up and drop him off when we take a car trip. My sister also lives in Manhattan, in Chelsea, and I've been picking her up and dropping her off whenever we go to Westchester to take care of our elderly parents. The days are numbered when I can afford to do this. I don't get anything for our money other than a new exorbitant toll and a reduction in my freedom. Is Manhattan now a shining city on a hill that I can't enter without paying a toll? Why are you having these hearings at a time when so many people who care are away on vacation? And whose pockets will be lined with my money? That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Weber, followed by Lori Goodman. As a reminder, there will be a brief transition after you're called to speak. Please make sure that once your screen updates, your camera, if desired, and microphone are enabled before you begin your remarks. Bill Weber, followed by Lori Goodman. Our next speaker is Lori Goodman, followed by Mukul Biswas. Our next speaker is Mukul Biswas, followed by Michelle M. Our next speaker is Michelle M, followed by Hassan El Helwa. Our next speaker is Hassan El Helwa, followed by Imran Rabbani. Our next speaker is Imran Rabbani, followed by our 40th speaker on the list, Norman Edwards. Our next speaker is Norman Edwards, followed by Susan Lee. Our next speaker is Susan Lee, followed by Yvette Phillips. Our next speaker is Yvette Phillips, followed by Daniel Pizarro. Our next speaker is Daniel Pizarro, followed by Guy Crowell. As a reminder, if you've joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Our next speaker is Guy Crowell, followed by Thomas H. Donnelly. Our next speaker is Thomas H. Donnelly, followed by Angel Acevedo. Our next speaker is Angel Acevedo, followed by Stuart Keller. Our next speaker is Stuart Keller, followed by Michelle Solomon. Our next speaker is Michelle Solomon, followed by Tashana Watson. Michelle, you may begin your remarks.
Hi, hello. I'm just here to express that most people are already burdened when it comes financially, and to go ahead and charge people to come enter in Manhattan, which currently I have to travel through, and I've seen your suggested pricing, and that's going to add an extra couple of dollars onto tolls I already have to pay just to come back home. And that's already through because I live out here in Queens. So you're pricing people. Then I seen that you said if you make under $60,000, that you guys were going to give a credit or some type of. I mean, let's be realistic. How many people live in Manhattan that make under $60,000? That's unrealistic. And I believe that the MTA, if they want to do less congestion, they should actually make their system safer as it is, which is the subways and the bus lines. They need to put more law enforcement up there to maybe catch toll evaders, and also to clean up the subways, because the main reason why people choose to want to have a vehicle is because the subways have gotten horrible. They've turned into the Wild Wild West. Nobody wants to ride something that's unsafe. Like, the time wise is great because you're on time, but when it comes to safety and sanitation, it's not there. And you guys need to figure out a way on how to really address that issue, because now you're trying to say, oh, we got congestion because it's too many people driving through, when in actuality you got congestion because you're not making the subway safe or clean, and you're not making the buses safe or friendly. So I say those are the things you should address first before you start adding on money to the typical New Yorker that needs to travel back and forth just to make ends meet. So once you figure those things out, you shouldn't be asking for any more funds. You already get multiple funds from different areas where in reality you shouldn't even be getting funds from. You guys are diving into the public pocket. And if you get any types of tax subsidies or money from the government, you definitely shouldn't be asking for any money. And there should be a limit on what you should be reaching for or what you should be striving for when it comes to this situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tashana Watson, followed by our 50th speaker on the list, Nick Drosos. Our next speaker is Nick Drosos, followed by Latea Dorsey. Our next speaker is Latea Dorsey, followed by Noe Rodriguez Carrero. Our next speaker is Noe Rodriguez Carrero, followed by Alvin Arocho. Our next speaker is Alvin Arocho, followed by Tyler Hines. Our next speaker is Tyler Hines, followed by Steve Wang. Our next speaker is Steve Wang, followed by Vincent Rocco. Our next speaker is Vincent Rocco, followed by Kendall James. Our next speaker is Kendall James, followed by Daryl G. Fulton. Our next speaker is Daryl G. Fulton, followed by Daniela Seishan. Our next speaker is Daniela Seishan, followed by Jose Picardo. Our next speaker and 60th speaker on the list is Jose Picardo, followed by Cesar Garcia. Our next speaker is Cesar Garcia, followed by Marcin Gornick. Our next speaker is Marcin Gornick, followed by Kiana Racer. Our next speaker is Kiana Racer, followed by Yunjo Lee. Our next speaker is Yunjo Lee, followed by our 65th speaker on the list, Joseph Santaramo. Yunjo Lee. Our next speaker is Joseph Santaramo, followed by Barbara Hurdle. Joseph, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hi, my name is Joseph Santaramo. I'm not advocating for anyone, but I'm just advocating for the regular citizen. I reviewed the information that you've presented, and just my thoughts on it personally is that I've seen that you're passing the tolls to truck drivers and other drivers as well. That basically you're having them pay for subway infrastructure when these individuals opted out to not take subway infrastructure in general. That's kind of hubristic in your way. And also, I think the MTA is overreaching in their scope of basically you're trying to like segregate certain people based on their socioeconomic status. So if they're under $60,000 a year, you're going to give them a tax credit, but then you're kind of overreaching where you're literally, you're asking for information that is pretty unethical, in my opinion. You're also asking for like location history because you're basically tracking people based on, how long they're going to be in the city or where they're coming from. And other individuals have said this as well. The subway is basically like the Wild West at this point. These individuals opted out not to take the subway because they're afraid. I take the subway on a regular basis. I'm a commuter and I'm a driver as well. So I have perspectives from both sides of the aisle. And the subway is no longer safe now. It used to be before the pandemic. And a lot of this situation is basically because there's no enforcement on there. And I would like to honestly ask for public information passing, like I would invoke the FOIA Act temporarily, because I want to know where all this money is going that the MTA is receiving, because obviously it's not going to subway infrastructure. And I want to know who is doing these independent studies. I would like to see that in public, knowledge as well, so people can make informed decisions. Because you're basically making decisions for us. And then on top of that, another reason that I'm against this is that you're going to cause a lot more traffic on the outer boroughs. I live in Brooklyn, New York. I live in Marine Park, so I'm not really affected so much. But I know individuals live in, Red Hook, Williamsburg, or Queens, or even to Jersey City. These individuals, like you stated in your findings, are going to go around to try to avoid this toll. So they're going to go park on the higher levels of above 60th Street. So you're eliminating lower socioeconomic individuals by imposing this on people that don't want to be imposed upon. I think that this is not it. I think there should be another way of doing things. But also, lastly, for my remarks would be the health implications of infrared infrastructure on individuals that are walking by. That's all for my remarks. I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Hurdle, followed by Juan Duran.
Hi, I'm Barbara Hurdle. I'm under somebody else's name, but I do support this project. I think it's a good idea that the MTA has a steady stream of money, because clearly the state and the city don't, they always like grab stuff and everything like that. So those to be steady. But I also think that trucks that are delivering food and are delivering pharmaceuticals to different drugstores and things like that should have some kind of exemption or a discount or something like that. And but I know that you can do all these things, and you'll hopefully do the right thing in giving people discounts who don't have a lot of money. So thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juan Duran, followed by Stephen Reed-Mueller. Our next speaker is Stephen Reed-Mueller, followed by Ellis Eiffel.
Hello, this is Steve. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, my comments are, I'm sorry, I'm working on a motorcycle right now, are to reflect the opinions of several motorcyclists, many thousands of motorcyclists who travel throughout New York City. And that is that we didn't hear anything in the comments, maybe I didn't read it, about accommodations for inviting motorcyclists to replace the use of cars. And so, again, if you look at the modeled cities that you referenced before, they all embrace, tollless entry for motorcyclists and the massive impact that has. Motorcycles have a fuel economy between 50 and 125 miles per gallon. Motorcyclists, believe it or not, do not park and idle during their air conditioning. And they take up about 1/6 the space of an automobile when they park on the side of the road. Another thing is, in relation to congestion and environmental impact, is that motorcyclists never double park. And double parking causes massive backups throughout the city. And of course, we all know that then there's additional environmental impact, time lost and everything else. And so I think motorcyclists are a population of commuters that either have a bad reputation due to the illegal motorcycle use that people see on the news, and the mayor running over motorcycles with, or whoever it is, running over motorcycles with a bulldozer. And the city really has the answer at its fingertips. Invite the motorcyclists. Do not toll motorcyclists. Invite them. And instead of crushing motorcycles that were confiscated from unlicensed, uninsured, and illegal riders, the city had the answer right there. Take those motorcycles, distribute them to commuters who want to learn how to be a motorcyclist, take the motorcycle safety course, and really use those motorcycles for the intended impact that this entire initiative is aiming for, which is improved environmental situation, reduction in traffic, not having a massive offset into these communities of color that we hear about being negatively impacted. And there's just so many positive benefits. I really think that there should be so much more content about the positive impact of motorcyclists replacing car transport, especially in the city. So I hope there's an incentive for motorcyclists. I certainly hope there's not a toll on motorcyclists. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ellis Eiffel, followed by Burton Strauss. Our next speaker is Burton Strauss, followed by Alex Serrano. Burton, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Burton, you're currently muted. Burton, please.
I got it.
You got it.
Yeah. Okay, we set?
Yes, please begin your remarks.
Okay, my name is Burton Strauss Jr. I am vice chairman of the New York City Transit Riders Council and a member of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA. I am also a regular sub rider and bus rider for many years. I'm here to speak in support of congestion pricing, which will vastly improve our transit, city, and region as a representative for New York City transit riders around the 5 boroughs. I know the congestion pricing will be transformative. Long before the environmental assessment was released, we already knew that congestion pricing would drastically reduce traffic, improve air quality, and fund essential public transit upgrades. The document proves this point, with nearly 90% of the people who enter the central business district getting there without driving. The benefits of congestion pricing far outweigh downsides for drivers. Low income and essential workers overwhelmingly ride public transit, and drivers are on average wealthier than transit riders. Those who will choose to drive will be thankful too when their car trips speed up with fewer vehicles on the road. All transit riders have experienced, quote, delays due to significant malfunctions, unquote, and the stations in need of repairs or inaccessible stations without elevators. It's no secret the work must be done before we have the 21st century transit system New Yorkers deserve. The improvement riders desperately need are on the table in the current and future MTA capital plans, but they aren't going to fund themselves. Congestion pricing would bring in the money needed to build a more reliable, safe, and resilient transit system, something that our entire region and country will benefit from. State of good repair projects like repairing century-old signals and fixing tracks, accessibility improvements that will bring elevators or escalators to almost all stations, and expansion projects like phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway and the Interborough Express are at risk of delay without congestion pricing funding. Our bus network, the slowest in the nation, will speed up when buses no longer get stuck in traffic. These transit upgrades make up a vast majority of the people entering Manhattan. The main purpose of these public hearings is to determine whether congestion pricing will meet its main goals, decreasing traffic congestion, improving air quality, and raising $1 billion annually for the MTA's capital program. The environmental assessment proves the congestion pricing will do just that while moving us towards a healthier, more pleasant, and all-around better city. As a longtime rider, I know the congestion pricing will vastly improve our transit system and help more people back on trains and buses, get back on their trains and buses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Sedano, followed by Chris Doyle. Our next speaker is Chris Doyle, followed by Marissa Cyril. Our next speaker is Marissa Cyril, followed by Adrian Leaf. Our next speaker is Adrian Leaf, followed by David Dean. Adrian Leaf, you may begin your remarks. Adrian, please begin your remarks.
Good morning. My name is Adrian Leaf. I live in Bayside, Queens. I would like to address the needs of elderly and disabled New Yorkers. My area of Queens would have been what was considered a double fare zone. We have no direct access to subways. We must take a bus, and usually it's to the last stop, either in Flushing or Jamaica. And many seniors cannot use the subways to get into Manhattan because of all the stairs and the lack of elevators and working escalators. Many utilize the world-class medical facilities in Manhattan. Accessoride often involves long wait times for pickup, which makes it very difficult to arrive on time to your medical appointment or to know what time you will be finished so that Accessory could pick you up and take you home. I think you need to consider reduced fees for people who carpool into Manhattan, as well as elderly who have city-approved handicap stickers. Secondly, you seem to be focused largely on the money that this is going to raise for the MTA, but a major focus also has to be on improving environmental quality and air quality in the city of New York. In this regard, I think that you should consider offering some sort of incentive for people to carpool and to purchase electric vehicles. This is an area in which great gains have been made on the technology and will continue to do so for the next decade. And we should be doing everything we can in New York to encourage drive people that are in a situation where they really are in the outer boroughs and need help getting into the city, can't necessarily use the subway. And we should encourage them and give them incentives to move into hybrid and environmental vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the 75th to sign up, is David Dean, followed by Tawana Lewis. Our next speaker is Tawana Lewis, followed by H. Black. Our next speaker is H. Black, followed by Mike Ash. Our next speaker is Mike Ash, followed by Philippe Hausman. Our next speaker is Philippe Hausman, followed by Stefan Wallace. Our next speaker is Stefan Wallace, followed by Michael Goals. Our next speaker is Michael Goals, followed by Katya Willard. Our next speaker is Katya Willard, followed by Bedavi Desai.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So my name is Katya Willard. I'm a resident of Brooklyn, New York. I'm here to speak in favor of everything about congestion pricing. I'm very excited to see this happening in New York. I get around New York in many ways, but mostly by bus and by subway. I'm very excited to see improvements to that service that this plan, the money that this plan will raise will help improve service for those things that are very important to me for getting around. I want to point out that only 2% of outer borough New Yorkers in poverty drive into the congestion pricing zone in Manhattan for work. And we know that a huge number of those people are not in cars because they are very expensive. They are on the bus, they are on the subway with me, and we owe them, I include myself in that, a better New York, and a lot of that is provided by better public transportation service. There is not enough space in New York for everyone to drive. Getting improvements to the subway that this plan will raise will encourage those people in vehicles to get on the bus or to get on the subway, which are much more efficient for moving people around in this small space that we have. The final thing I would like to add, I'm very excited to see the newly added plan, Plan G, which creates, I believe, the same toll for all differently sized vehicles and reduces the impact of extra buses on the Cross Bronx Expressway, and I believe the BQE as well. I think that's a great plan. I would personally vote in favor of Plan G if that's the one that it is. I'm very excited to see that option. And the only other thing I would add, I have seen what they've done in London and Stockholm. I've read about it from the amazing documentation that the DOT put out. And one thing I'd like to point out that I thought was great and what's been done, for example, in London is that they charged based on the size of the vehicle as well. I thought the person who spoke about motorcycles was right on point. I would hate if I was on a motorcycle to pay the same as somebody in a Cadillac Escalade. Those things have different dangers to pedestrians and cyclists. They have different amounts of space. And what we've seen in London, which you guys documented, is that over time people have purchased smaller vehicles in order to pay lower tolls. I thought this was great. I would love to see that implemented here as well. Thank you so much for your time. I'm very excited about this. And I also wanted to say I thought the presentation was really good too. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Betavi Desai, followed by Jason Anthony. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by David Zellman. Our next speaker is David Zellman, followed by Abram Morris. The next speaker is Abram Morris, followed by Chloe Chen. Our next speaker is Chloe Chen, followed by Kuber Sancho Persad.
Morning. My name is Chloe Chen, and I am a policy intern at NOPI, New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, which is a nonprofit civil rights organization. NOPI strongly supports congestion pricing. However, we would like to bring attention to some environmental justice and disability justice concerns with the MTA's proposal. First, the report makes clear that the tolling scenarios with more exemptions will lead to increased traffic on the Cross Bronx Expressway and
could you please speak a little slower?
Sure, sorry. The deployment of electric buses along the Cross Bronx Expressway is a step in the right direction, but doesn't directly mitigate the effect of increased truck traffic and emissions. No environmental justice community should be exposed to increased traffic and emissions. The MTA must further address these impacts and ensure that the tolling program complies with CLCPA 7.3, which does not allow for any action that disproportionately burdens disadvantaged communities, such as those in the Bronx. Second, the back-end tax credit to low-income minority drivers who live in the central business district is unworkable. Such drivers can't afford thousands of dollars of tolls up front and should not be responsible for all the work it takes to apply for and get a tax credit. The MTA must mitigate the impacts on low-income minority drivers by issuing non-revenue generating easy pass tags or another mechanism that ensures they do not have to pay the tolls up front. Third, while NILPI appreciates the MTA's efforts to minimize adverse effects on persons with disabilities by exempting certain qualifying vehicles from the congestion pricing toll, the exemption—
Ma'am, please speak a little slower.
The exemption must be expanded to include all vehicles making access-to-ride trips, including taxis and broker vehicles. And the MTA must establish and communicate a specific mechanism for identifying and exempting those vehicles, such as issuing non-revenue generating easy pass tags that may only be utilized when the driver is undertaking an access-to-ride trip. Fourth, the proposed exemptions do not include wheelchair accessible for-hire vehicles or wheelchair accessible taxis that aren't being used as part of the access-to-ride program. This means the cost of the toll would likely fall on a disabled rider. Under no circumstances should the toll fall on persons with disabilities who are already disadvantaged by the systemically inaccessible public transit system and who are disproportionately indigent. The MTA must therefore establish an exemption for all wheelchair accessible taxis and for-hire vehicles. Not only would this alleviate the burden on disabled riders, but it would incentivize a greater supply of wheelchair accessible vehicles, which is sorely needed. Currently, only roughly 3% of vehicles are accessible, and fewer than 50% of yellow cabs are accessible. NILPI is committed to creating a more equitable and sustainable city. While we support the MTA's efforts to reduce pollution and congestion, the program must be implemented in a way that doesn't increase burdens on environmental justice and disability justice communities. We would be happy to work with you to that end. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kuber Sancho Prasad, followed by Wilden Dannenberg.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kuber Sancho Prasad. I'm a taxi driver from New York City for the last 7 years. My dad was a taxi driver for the last 30 years. He passed away in 2017. I just have some things to say about the congestion pricing and about the subway. It's kind of sad that last night I had a passenger in my cab that was of Asian descent, and I had to warn her to actually be careful to take the subway. I actually advise all my passengers to take the subway to go around the city. But if this is the safety of the subway is not that well, so we'll end up having to take taxis or Ubers or even try to avoid the subway. But I think the congestion pricing should exempt taxis because we already have, as the other panelists said before me, that we already have money we have to buy wheelchair vehicles. A lot of the yellow cabs are not 50% yellow wheelchair vehicles. A lot of us have to buy right now because of the debt, because of our overwhelming debt. A lot of us have the cars and our medallions in storage. We haven't been able to buy our vehicles because they're about $70,000 initial cost. And then after, we're not talking about paying for hack up, tax stamp, all these kinds of things. You know, the yellow cab has always been paying for MTA's riders. It's since 2009, we've been paying a 50-cent surcharge. Now, I've been paying since 2014. And then after, in 2019, you guys implemented a 250 surcharge on all of our customers. And we've been paying that. And it's been a double toll for people who come in through the tunnel, people who come in through from the airport, and they just come and they ask me, what is this congestion fee? I'm like, I have to tell them that it's just a tax for the MTA. Now, adding this other congestion fee, how do I explain this to the passengers and customers? They're gonna be like, why are you charging me 2 congestion fees? Your congestion price, yes, it models London, but it doesn't model that London exempts the black cars, which are equivalent to what the yellow cab and the Ubers are. So if you could please look into seeing if you could exempt the yellow cabs and the Uber cars, because it would add a lot of strain on us. And it's really insulting that you guys think that waiving a $70 MTA fee to become a bus driver is fair enough that we're going to lose our jobs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wilden Dannenberg, followed by the 90th person to sign up, Gerard Ferreira.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Wilden Dannenberg, and I am a resident of the Bronx, and I am disabled. There are countless reasons that I am in support of the tolling program, but I'll speak to the one that affects my daily life the most, which is my disability. I hear so often from people claiming to advocate for all disabled people that we will shoulder an unjust burden under this plan, and frankly, I disagree. This plan may finally be the first step to bring some sort of equity to public transit that New York City has been missing since private vehicles have been allowed to dominate our city streets. Not all disabilities look and act alike, and my vision impairment prevents me from driving a car. I must live in a city with good public transit to be a functioning and independent member of society. Congestion pricing will make my life better. I'll be safer crossing streets with fewer cars. I will breathe easier too. I'll benefit from faster bus speeds with fewer cars on the road and better headways on buses and trains with the money those cars are paying. To have a public transit system that can compete with the travel times of private vehicles would bring much more equity to a transportation system that still continues to leave many disabled people behind. Having the option of more frequent level boarding buses and safer streets and sidewalks, instead of requiring an incredibly expensive private vehicle or putting your trust in a cab driver or company that doesn't care about you, will make our city better for disabled people. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gerard Ferreira, followed by Vinod Malhotra. Our next speaker is Vinod Malhotra, followed by Brian Byrne.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Hello, good morning, all tolling and MTA officials. My name is Vinod Malhotra, Jal industry giving service to the MTA and New York since 1962. And I am doing this since 1993. Since 2009, I am collecting 50 cents, and since 2019, I collect 250. I almost collect for MTA like 40,000 cents today. And approximately, not only this, I pay commission to my vendors on this, almost $3,000 from my pocket. So all know since 2012 apps are here, I had very, very difficult time to survive. Even I have filed the bankruptcy in 2021. Thanks to Mr. Chuck Schumer and NYTWA, by this debt forgiveness help, city and lender have agreed to reconstruct my loan at $200,000. So then I changed my mind. I able to withdraw my bankruptcy. Thanks God. Now, while city want toll on Jalo taxis entering below 60th Street, I don't know how much it can be. I cannot afford any other send $1 add in my expense. I have 3 kids, all in college, and I have also arranged for my daughter's marriage very soon. So again, I beg from you, don't toll me Jalo taxi before below 60th Street. If it really happen, may you are inviting us to resume the suicide again, which is already 9th driver had commit suicide. So my humble request to you, all of you, and you continue some to New York. So my request to you, to all of you and you, I want to continue service to New Yorker, and we may lose a job if it is tolling us. So please consider not toll on taxi drivers. So we are immigrants, that's true, but we are human beings too. Please think twice tolling on Jalo taxis. So we cannot afford. If once it start, I will be out of my job. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you. As a reminder, if you have joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Our next speaker is Brian Byrne, followed by Thaddeus Alexandria Jr. Our next speaker is Thaddeus Alexandria Jr., followed by Leslie Halliday. Our next speaker is Leslie Halliday, followed by Peoi Chang. Our next speaker is Peoi Chang, followed by Christian Munoz. Our next speaker is Christian Munoz, followed by Patrick Johnson. Our next speaker is Patrick Johnson, followed by Denise Williams.
Good morning. I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. I'm back, like I said. Here I am flying the American flag upside down. America is in dire distress, especially New York State. We have a no-show president who spends more time at the beach than in office. We have a governor by default. And previously had to deal with a governor who was a corrupt womanizer who had to resign in shame. Since January 2021, the United States of America has committed $13.5 billion to security assistance for Ukraine. The MTA says they only need $1 billion to secure a $15 billion capital loan. What is going on in this country? Financial woes have made suicide rates go up in the whole country. It has turned regular people to resort to criminal acts. The real criminals are taking things a step further, more and more, with little to no penalty thanks to bail reform. All workforces in the social services, hospitals, schools, etc. are understaffed and underpaid. And still, the MTA wants to pillage your income without a vote from the general public. The Biden administration just gave student debt relief. How does that help the nurse/social services worker who has to go into the CBD for 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. and work till 3 or 4 a.m. and then they get out of work at 3 or 4 a.m. and get to take minimal service where crime is at an all-time high in the middle of the night? How does that help the people of the outer boroughs when we're struggling out here already? I hear people talking about the London congestion pricing. Go read the news in London right now. The transit drivers in London are on strike right now at this very moment. Congestion pricing has been there for years. Okay? Think of that. Some people say they need the congestion pricing to start new subway projects and bus lines. How did they build the 2nd Avenue subway line before congestion pricing? How did New York City find hundreds of millions of dollars to start a brand new East River fast ferry service when it's been known that taxpayers are subsidizing these people for multiple dollars on every ride? So taxpayers are already paying for these fast ferry services when the money should have went to what we already have, subways and buses. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to talk about the next few topics so you guys can do some research before I come to the next few meetings. At the next hearing, I'm going to discuss the triple cantilever section of the BQE and how New York State DOT and New York City DOT dropped the ball in the cantilever section of the BQE. Look at the congestion in the area, all those people, all the asthma rates. Where's the data on that? There's none. I'm going to talk about, I already talked about the fast ferry, but I'll bring that up again. I'm going to talk about distracted driving. How is New York City DOT going to have it let people drive with cell phones on their windshield like this right in front of their face and handicap tags and masks and air fresheners? I'll talk Vision Zero at the next topic. Thanks so much. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Williams, followed by Constance Stellas. Our next speaker is Constance Stellas, followed by Sudeep Upridi.
Hello, Constance Stellas here. First of all, I'm very touched and moved by the articulate and poignant nature of most of the comments. It gives me a lot of faith in humanity. However, I am adamantly against no exemptions and mostly against congestion pricing. I live in Midtown, 42nd Street. I'm part of the Manhattan Plaza artistic community, which has given so much to the city and allowed people of nominal income to thrive and participate in the city. I have a car, a 2006 Toyota, and it is the only way for me to get around. I'm afraid to take the subway. I just can't manage it. And the only reason I have a car is because I can scoot around, do what I have to do, and also get out of the city periodically. In addition to my personal idea that this is a bad idea, there are no residents on your committee to talk about what this actually will impact, how this actually will impact people. People are talking about the London system or the Stockholm system. Well, in both of those countries, the subway is viable and extremely widespread and even pleasant and clean, which it is not right now. So I think that congestion pricing is a red herring in the mystery novel. It's not the culprit. It's where we kind of think we might improve things, but I do not believe it will be improved. And all of the money that will be gained by these tolls will not solve the problem. For me personally, I can't go out of my parking space and get on 42nd Street within the zone without being charged a toll. It would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to move completely. And so I'm with the taxi cab drivers and everyone else who will suffer enormously from this congestion pricing. And I also believe that the residential parking permits are a fabulous idea. So clearly everything has to be rethought. And notably, well, that's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the 100th person to sign up, Sudeep Upridi, followed by Fatima Ahmad.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear
Hi,
you.
can you guys hear me? Hi, good morning. My name is Sudeep Razupreti, and I've been driving yellow cab and FSB vehicles since 2009, and I'm joining this meeting against the congestion surcharge pricing. During the pandemic, TLC drivers, all both including taxi and FSB, were considered essential drivers and public transportation who helped New York City by delivering essential items to the residents of New York City. Now, MTA wants to charge us a toll to enter Midtown. MTA has constantly raised price since 2009. We are being charged $275 on surcharge and $250 on airport surcharge. Yet, MTA never have able to provide a good and safe public transportation to New Yorkers. You go to a subway system underground, it's dirty, it's disgusting, crime rates are high, there are criminals roaming around. How can MTA provide a safe environment for those public transportation people? And MTA says like if we implement this congestion surcharge and if the TLC drivers are out of their job, they will provide them a basic training on bus, being a bus driver. How many people will get a chance to be a bus driver, since like half of the people, majority of the people driving yellow cabs are an immigrant? MTA is incompetent. They always take an opportunity to milk drivers like us, like they have been doing that since, but their subway system is garbage. MTA officials, they are inside the office making like $300,000 annually, and they want to charge middle class immigrants a surcharge again. That is wrong. And imagine like what happens if the delivery drivers, FSB drivers, and taxi drivers, they stop giving a service in Manhattan. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We cannot afford this congestion surcharge pricing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fatima Ahmad, followed by Jose Paulino. The next speaker is Jose Paulino, followed by Viridiana Choi. The next speaker is Viridiana Choi, followed by Sarah Mahmood.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Viridiana Garcia Choi. I'm an Hispanic woman, a museum educator, and actual resident of Manhattan. Just I want to say thank you for opening these meetings, and also please listen to the people. Please listen to the majority. It's important to listen all the voices, and I am deeply moved by this decision of like charging the class working people of New York for tolling. It's already expensive. The low-income family where I am part of it, we already know that try not to drive into the district, the business district in Manhattan, because it's already expensive. It's already unaffordable. It's not working. Several times in the subway, I've been running away from trains who have like issues, bombs, violence, and homeless. Please thinking solutions that are deeply important for this city. Just thinking about charging these costs for tolling, just crossing the bridge is affecting the low income class that we are the majority. It's just allowing the high income class to just drive into these streets. It's just increasing the cost for all the families who live in the city. I live Upper Manhattan. It's already expensive. We try not to drive several times. Parking, and plus the services in the subway. I've been hearing the same message for years, that it will be improvements in the subway. And it's the day that I don't see any improvements. I wish this money that we pay from our jobs, from our taxes, is really money invested in the trains. I've been several times using the AEC trains, and it's miserable being in the most important city around the world and seeing this service. Please listen to the working class. We are a majority that are against this chart because it's going to definitely rise the prices up. We already are living in an era of inflation, or food or gas is already up. And then we have to deal with another tax or another cost crossing just the city where we live on is unaffordable. My last messages is please listen to the majority in this meeting. In the next public hearings, it's important to use the voices, but please follow what is the need for the well-being of this city and the working class that we are in New York City. Thank you. Gracias. En español también, por favor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Mahmood, followed by Felicia Park Rogers. Our next speaker is Felicia Park Rogers, followed by Anthony Tuck.
Good morning. My name is Felicia Park Rogers, or afternoon now, and I am with the Regional Transit Advocacy and Policy Organization, Tri-State Transportation Campaign. And today I join with those in support of congestion pricing. Congestion pricing will lead to safer, more reliable, efficient, and accessible public transportation, cleaner air, less traffic congestion, and safer roads. It is a tried and true policy internationally whose time has come for the United States. For successful implementation in New York City, it is absolutely imperative for the US DOT, the state, and the city to support the program's implementation. Congestion pricing is expected to generate $15 billion for the MTA capital program to improve longstanding issues plaguing our public transit systems, including upgrading signalization and increasing accessibility. It will also lead to a better functioning and more pleasant streetscape for the residents and workers of Lower Manhattan. The environmental assessment lists 7 potential tolling scenarios to investigate potential impacts. Almost all tolling scenarios achieve the necessary funding goals. Tolling the Manhattan CBD will lead to reduced traffic entering the area with a net benefit and congestion reduction for the region. Daily truck traffic in Manhattan's core would decline based on the scenarios anywhere from 21 to 81%, meaning thousands of trucks will no longer drive through Manhattan. The diversion of these trucks has been accounted for through truck reduction programs outlined in the EA. Discounts, crossing credits, and exemptions will lead to higher toll rates. If more exemptions are allowed, higher toll rates will still lead to more traffic reduction in the Manhattan CBD, but it will also lead to increased traffic diversions, including increases along the Cross Bronx and Staten Island Expressway. Depending on the scenario, potential adverse impacts turn up along both of those roadways. The MTA, city, and state will need to mitigate these impacts as it creates the final program. This is eminently doable and should not become a reason to stop congestion pricing. The MTA's current transition towards electrifying its fleet through deploying zero-emission buses will reduce pollutant emissions in neighborhoods traditionally underserved and those most affected by poor air quality and climate change, such as the South Bronx. The MTA has developed a new environmental justice scoring framework that will help actively conceptualize and incorporate the electrification deployment phasing process. Later this year, when electric buses are received in the MTA's next major procurement of battery electric buses, the MTA will prioritize Kingsbridge Depot and Gun Hill Depot, both in affected areas. Additionally, the state should prioritize areas in the South Bronx and Staten Island in its electric vehicle charging infrastructure rollout. The analysis and evaluation of the game-changing capping of Cross Bronx should be sped up and prioritized in the state's applications for IIJA funding. In conclusion, I fully support congestion pricing, as does Tri-State Transportation Campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Tuck, followed by Janice Gardner. The next speaker is Janice Gardner, followed by Julie Tai. The next speaker is Julie Tai, followed by Tamara Thomas. The next speaker is Tamara Thomas, followed by our 110th sign-up, Scott Sloat. Tamara, if you...
Yep, here I am. This is a little hard to figure out, but I'm here. Okay, so first of all, I'm so glad that some people who are obviously not lifelong New Yorkers are so optimistic about the MTA and the use of funds. But I'm going to say my piece here. I am Tamara Thomas. I am from Brooklyn, and I am dismayed and disappointed to be here on a Saturday asking the MTA to not fleece middle-income people like myself that you can line your coffers while helping Manhattanites to create urban segregation. Let's call it what it is. You can hide behind all the environmental reports you like, but the truth is Manhattan has more trees per square mile than any other borough. If your environmentalists were so concerned about clean air, why are we adding this toll to the Crossbucks Expressway that's been choking the local residents for decades? Why? Because the area is not inhabited by resourced white people. That's why. This proposal will force me to pay over $50 in toll just to see my breast oncologist and my other doctors. I'm already paying $23 to come from Brooklyn to Manhattan, $33 when I factor in metered parking. No other state would add this kind of burden to their residents because of mismanagement. The MTA is a bottomless pit, for those who don't know, that never seems to be able to make good on the money that they do get. And this is administration after administration. Speaking of mismanagement, how are you going to enforce these fees on drivers with fake license plates? Or have you built these into the plan to exclude them by default? I'm a tax-paying New York City resident. Why can't people like me get placards, get resident permits? Where's your car route for electric vehicles? My husband has an electric vehicle. They're not polluting the streets. Will some of this money improve out-of-borough transit, where crime is rampant and MTA operators get assaulted on a regular basis for enforcing basic rules of conduct like not smoking on the bus? Making out-of-borough residents choose between driving their families safely to appointments or face dangerous subway rides with our children. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. I'm done.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Sloat, followed by Marianne McElroy. The next speaker is Marianne McElroy, followed by Cerise Ann. Our next speaker is Cerise Ann, followed by Malin Espinoza. The next speaker is Malin Espinoza, followed by Robert Fatka. The next speaker is Robert Fatka, followed by Arnell Halper. The next speaker is Arnell Halper, followed by Ivan Ventura. The next speaker is Ivan Ventura, followed by Shmuel Avital. The next speaker is Shmuel Avital, followed by Ali Madhu. The next speaker is Ali Madhu, followed by Hannah Kushner. The next speaker is Hannah Kushner, followed by Glenn Bolofsky. Hannah Kushner. Okay, our next speaker is Robert Fatka, followed by Glenn Bolofsky.
Hi, guys. Okay.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yes. So my name is Robert Farakov. Mispronounced my last name a little bit. So I'm speaking strongly against the program, the CBD tolling program, for several reasons. Number one reason, that's unfair burden on people entering and leaving the city. The city has skyrocketing garage prices. You cannot park anywhere during the daytime. Parking is minimum $50 per day. Some places approaching $100 per day. This CBD program will toll us heavier. I go to my doctor appointment. I had foot surgery less than a year ago. My doctor is in Midtown Manhattan. Leaving the city will cost me over $100. I'm a middle-class person who really cannot afford that. What embarrasses me about the whole situation is that the MTA just went through with this whole thing without really asking people's opinions, not running any official survey, just pretty much doing what they want. I've heard the story about the subway systems and the buses getting improved, for years. I've been a New York resident for 30 years. I've seen zero improvement. In fact, I've seen deterioration only. When you go to a subway, you hear every day about people shooting each other, stabbing. There's no security. There's no safety. Half of MTA's cameras are not working. Yet every year the fee for riding the subway increases. We're paying the MTA tax through our New York City income tax. We have the highest income taxes in the nation. We have the worst roads, absolutely horrendous roads in the entire nation, in the entire country. I have to get my tires replaced, my wheels replaced annually, spend a lot of money on that. Nobody addresses that. In fact, when you cross in the Midtown Tunnel and you're coming out on 34th and 35th Streets, there's a huge Con Edison gas chamber, and then you start hitting potholes, and then in your report it said, oh, the buses slowed down since I think 2020 by 19%. The cars slowed down. Well, fix the roads so people will not have to slow down. It's absolutely a shame that the city with the highest taxes have such horrible roads. Honestly, Manhattan has the worst roads. And then you talk about the traffic slowing down. How are the tolls going to fix that? I just don't get it. Also, you're saying the air is going to be cleaner. There's going to be less traffic. Well, you have bike lanes all over the city. We used to have 2 and 3 lane roads, and there's increasing cars growing every year. And yet you're putting more bike lanes by creating more traffic everywhere around the city and not caring about that. But here you all of a sudden care about the air by reducing congestion and just putting unfair toll on all the people who really, really work hard for the money. I just think it's unfair. I don't think it should go through at any level. And plus that'll increase our prices of delivery trucks and stuff like that. Everything will go up besides the heavy inflation that we're experiencing while retaining the same we have. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Glenn Bolofsky, followed by Josh Gottheimer. Our next speaker is Josh Gottheimer, followed by Laura Humphrey. Our next speaker is Laura Humphrey, followed by Jose Tavares.
Hello, this is Laura Humphrey. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, great. So I wanted to voice my support for congestion pricing. As a lifelong New Yorker, all of us know that the MTA is the heart of the city. Without our public transit, the city comes to a grinding halt. But that heart of the city is on life support, and we all know it. I mean, a lot of people brought up safety concerns, but the accessibility issues have been there always. The system is basically crumbling before our eyes, and it's a terrible shame. If this can be part of the solution, then I'm all for it. At the same time, I'd like the MTA to recognize and listen to the concerns that have been brought up, and I think this is really in the transition period. Money will be flowing in through this, but in the meantime, the voices of yellow cab drivers, of essential workers, people with real accessibility concerns, and environmental justice communities need to be heard and accounted for as we hopefully get to a new place in terms of an accessible, just transit system. I also would encourage in this transition period for the MTA to revision, I guess, its costs, especially its cost for construction. Hopefully, hand in hand with all of this new money coming in is going to be accessibility improvements in the subways, expanded subway service, expanded bus service. But right now, as you all know, we're double or more our counterpart cities all around the world in terms of operating costs and construction costs. And that engenders a lot of distrust that I think you're hearing a lot today. I know that we can fix this. Other cities have fixed this. And I encourage the MTA to be transparent in its process of doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jose Tavares, followed by Manarul Islam.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. I'm Jose Tavares. I'm a TLC driver in the city for a long time. I just want to say that the MTA really have mismanaged their budget, and I don't understand why. For a long time, they seem to want to devour the car service industry once and for all. As a TLC driver, I provide for my family. This is the only way that I can do it in New York City. This toll increase will minimize the provision to my family. I would like to know how much had the MTA collected from the surcharge of $2.75 below 96th Street since it went into effect, and what they had implemented with this budget. But that's a lot of money. We pick up below 96th Street, and that's $2.75. We drop off below 96th Street, that's $2.75. We drop off at the airport, that's $2.75 extra. We pick up at the airport, that's $2.75 extra. And now they come in with this, toll increase, which in some scenario, the FHV vehicle, they not equal to the yellow taxi. Another comment is to Governor Hochul, I cannot support your candidacy if you are trying to minimize the provision for my family. So please look in some scenario, and in some scenario it's not fair to the FHV vehicle compared to the yellow taxi. We've been penalized for the $23 compared to them. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Manarul Islam, followed by Stephanie Peterson. Our next speaker is Stephanie Peterson, followed by John Banzer. The next speaker is John Banzer, followed by Vicky Madden. The next speaker is Vicky Madden, followed by Morgan Edzay. The next speaker is Morgan Edzay, followed by EKM Watson. The next speaker is EKM Watson, followed by Eric Makarov.
Hello?
We can hear you.
All right. Hi, my name is Emma, and I am a recent New York City resident. I live on the border of Bushwick and Ridgewood. I do have a personal vehicle, but I exclusively use it to commute from the Bronx to Brooklyn. So the increased traffic on the Cross Bronx Expressway would definitely affect me. However, I'm mostly concerned with extra charges for the taxis because that charge is going to fall onto the customer. Currently, if I were to take a taxi or an Uber Lyft from the proposed area to be told to where I live, it would be anywhere from $60 to $80, and that's before tipping. So some of these tolls are like up to $50. That would be like over $100 just to get to and from Manhattan. And, you know, I would much prefer taking a taxi when it comes to the early morning hours, like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. versus taking the subway because of increase in crime that happens during that hour. As a woman, I have to, you know, think of the worst case scenario for that kind of stuff. Another point that concerns me is there are a lot of drivers that have temporary plates that have expired. They're either from New Jersey or Texas. And we all know that those are New York City residents trying to avoid being tolled either on the RFK Bridge or on other places. So I think we're just going to see an increase in people trying to evade such a high toll. And I know that most of that is part of the police jobs and the judicial system to like help with crime on the transit. So it's out of your jurisdiction, but I think it's an ongoing conversation that needs to happen if the goal is to reduce congestion in that specific area. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eric Makaroff, followed by our 130th sign up, Christian Baum. The next speaker is Christian Baum, followed by Danny Sena. The next speaker is Danny Sena, followed by Michael Huarachi. The next speaker is Michael Huarachi, to be followed by Michelle Grossman. Michael, once you're unmuted, you can proceed.
Hi, yes, thank you for your time. I appreciate your time. First, I'd like to start off with a quote. You have to act as if it were possible to radically transform the world, and you have to do it all the time. Congestion pricing is the floor, not the ceiling. That quote was from Angela Davis, I'm sorry. For far too long, taxpayers have subsidized private vehicular use and storage for nearly half a century. Again, congestion pricing is the floor, not the ceiling. I work for one of the largest transportation companies in the world, in the country, if not the world, the airlines. I travel the world and I understand that industrialized nations around the world have a robust transit system. One thing I've noticed since working for the airlines is that tourists find our transit system third-rate at best. I do not disagree with much of my neighbors in the area. I've lived in the Central Business District for over 20 years. I work, I give back to my community all the time. I noticed that once tourists come off of the train, they find it difficult to navigate our system. Congestion pricing is the start. The highways running through our precious gem that is core Manhattan is the issue. How much money is lost providing free public space to private vehicular storage? 2 to 10,000 pound, 1 to 2 ton death machines. I guarantee you tourists from Europe, Asia, and other parts of the world are spending more money in NYC than any bridge and tunnel driver. I do not want to discount my neighbors' concerns about safety and cleanliness. But let's not conflate homelessness, our third-rate healthcare system, with crime. A lot of these issues are overlapping. It's called intersectionality. My grandfather was homeless. I grew up in a very working class blue collar neighborhood in New Jersey. I'm familiar with driving, but we cannot criminalize poverty. We cannot criminalize turnstile jumpers who seek a better transit system, more equitable and just. We must have a more transparent system that tracks MTA spending, and I do advocate for that. Lastly, I'd like to end with another quote from Angela Davis. I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Grossman, followed by Jay Chokshi.
Hi, I live in the CBD. I am for the environment and reducing congestion, but I am against the current congestion pricing plans. Today, I will speak to the impact of people who live in the CBD, especially impacts I didn't see reflected in your report. Plain and simple, the cost of everything will go up. I have to say, many of the speakers who already went are inspiring. Their testimonials are at times gut-wrenching, and they've been hitting the nail on the head. Almost all goods or parts of goods that are sold in the CBD originate from outside of the CBD. The cost of the congestion pricing on those goods needs to be passed along to someone, and the local consumers are who it will be passed to. Many services come from outside of the CBD. Just think of your local restaurant and the various services they receive in addition to the goods. Cleaning services, armored car service to safely pick up cash, repairs and maintenance, routine servicing of kitchen equipment, installations, the list goes on. The congestion pricing on those services will either be absorbed by the restaurant already operating on a thin margin and or passed along to the consumers. That concept doesn't just apply to restaurants. Just think about all the other places you go in a neighborhood. Grocery store, bodega, laundromat, drugstores like Duane Reade and CVS, or independent drugstores, phone store, beauty salon, farmer's market, the list goes on. In addition, the cost of home deliveries for food, other goods, and services will go up. Need someone to come to your home for services, a plumber, an exterminator, that will cost you more. As some have spoke to, it's not just about goods and services, it's freedom of movement to go to and from loved ones, to visit or transport them places like doctor's appointments. If you live in the CBD, for people to visit you or pick you up via car, you'll need to factor in a congestion toll, even if there is no congestion due to the day of the week or time of day. Another concept that is alarming for residents is that residents will be charged to return home if traveling via car, no matter what time of day or day of week. It feels like my neighbors and I are being penalized, even though, speaking for myself, I rarely am in a car for any reason due to how accessible everything is where I live. I'm fortunate to be able to walk or take the subway almost everywhere I need to get. I get into a car on average like 5 times a month in total. Where else in the state or country can you say that? And yet my neighbors and I will be bearing the burden in a way that no other community will, of an increased cost of living due to reducing the very congestion that we do not contribute to. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Chokshi, followed by Ryan Milligan.
Hey everyone, hope you're doing well. My name is Jay. I'm a resident of the Lower East Side, and I'm speaking today to come out in favor of congestion pricing in Manhattan. I think this agency has done a great job laying out the positives and negatives of their findings of congestion pricing earlier. Overall, implementing this plan will be beneficial for our communities today and future generations of New Yorkers tomorrow. Other folks have spoken earlier, have legitimate concerns which they've eloquently laid out. But positive change is never a seamless transition. There's never going to be a perfect solution which fixes all our city's problems in one fell swoop. And for other speakers who say this plan doesn't go far enough in environmental justice, all I have to say is that we can't let perfect be the enemy of good. The bottom line is if we don't move our city away from car-centric infrastructure policies today, our kids and grandkids will be paying for it tomorrow with worse transit options, more air pollution, and increased vehicular violence. It's time New York joins the 21st century and follow other great cities that have implemented congestion pricings like London, Stockholm, and Singapore. It's time to start investing in transit that benefits the majority of our citizens rather than the few. And I know it's tempting to believe that we can encase the city in amber and life will continue like it always has for 20 or 30 years, but that's not like how the real life operates. Thanks again and hope you all have a great day.
Thank you. As a reminder, if you have joined the Zoom under a name different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you didn't sign up to speak but would like to, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Our next speaker is Ryan Milligan, followed by Juliet Alexander. Our next speaker is Juliet Alexander, followed by George Pilieri. Our next speaker is George Pilieri, followed by Lisa Marie Rice. Our next speaker is Lisa Marie Rice, followed by Ganesha Metcalf.
Good afternoon. I'm a stay-at-home mom in Brooklyn. I believe the congestion tax will bring more of a burden on the middle, working class, and the poor of the city. This is a regressive tax, which means those in the middle and lower economic strata will be the ones hardest hit by this initiative. We hear every election cycle how politicians care about the middle working and the poor, and yet it is telling that our elected officials would push for a tax that would leave a burden on the most vulnerable in this city. This tax will further an economic stranglehold on New Yorkers who are already suffering from the ripple effects of inflation, while working in favor of corporations such as Uber and Lyft, which actually are significant contributors to the congestion issue at hand. Every week, New Yorkers are challenged to meet the rising costs of living and to put food on the table for their families. This tax leaves the wealthy and the political elite unaffected, while further increasing the cost of goods and services, which will continue to crush families. It's appalling. It also means that this tax will not only affect drivers in New York City, it affects everyone. By supporting this tax, our officials are showing us they are completely out of touch with their constituents, and they have no idea what day-to-day living is like in the city. Aside from disproportionately affecting the underprivileged, this will force increased traffic patterns into neighborhoods where the underprivileged already suffer disproportionate levels of air and noise pollution. These neighborhoods experience higher rates of asthma. While politicians like to tout claims of social justice, they simultaneously promote further economic and environmental injustices through this tax. The MTA must make available a transparent audit of its budget and spending. The MTA must vigorously seek to improve its image as a wasteful and ineffective entity before asking us to pay an insurmountable amount of money into a system the public already does not trust. And finally, before we decide to further burden the residents of New York City, a full and complete environmental impact statement must be made with hearings made available to the public on that statement. Until then, it would be egregious to ask New Yorkers to shoulder this burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ganesha Metcalf, followed by our 140th sign-up, Anna Karafas.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for providing this space. Although I am a little disappointed that you would leave such an important conversation to take place at the end of summer when many New Yorkers are out of town and unable to participate. My name is Janisha Metcalf, and I am a Community Board 10 member in Harlem. However, I'm here as a native New Yorker, deeply disappointed in a proposal seeking to recoup costs lost during the pandemic on the backs of hardworking New Yorkers. This program is being put forth without substantial input from New Yorkers who rely on free, accessible ways to get throughout New York City. This will indeed impact New Yorkers, particularly from marginalized communities, and create urban segregation, as one of the speakers said earlier. I have noticed that many of the cultural institutions, hospitals, and various economic opportunity districts are located along these through lines that you want to charge people for. Many people do not see driving in New York as a luxury. When I had my children that are 5 and 10 now, and they were smaller, there was no way I could get on the subway with them and going through the staircases because there were no elevators on any of the subway platforms in my neighborhood. We cannot ask people to rely on a public transportation system that disproportionately has limited access for disabled people and people in marginalized communities. This is unfair to think that the MTA can mismanage their funding. We all have budgets. We're all doing the best we can in a pandemic and a recession. Why should New Yorkers have to bail the MTA out for mismanagement? I have been in this city my entire life, and I have never seen accessible and equitable access in the public transportation system like you expect us to believe. You cannot expect us to believe that creating this congestion pricing will in any timely way create the subway system that we deserve. I do believe that there needs to be changes made. However, I think this process needs to model the participatory budgeting process, be way more transparent, and allow people to truly have input in the options that work for them. I know a lot of the people who are in favor of this plan have cited other cities, but I would ask them to consider that New York City is one of the only places with 24 hours accessible transportation option. So it's not apples to apples comparison. We are not London. We are not these other cities. We are New York. We take care of New Yorkers. We take care of everyone. And in doing so, that means no congestion pricing. Thank you. Revisit your plan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ana Carafas, followed by Carlos Yamarillo.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ana Carafas. I live in Spring Valley, which is a working class village in Rockland County. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. Since Rockland County is part of the Metropolitan Commuter Transportation District, I pay 0.375% as a surcharge that goes into my sales tax on every single thing that I buy, even though I actually really don't use MTA services. My employer pays a payroll tax to the MTA, even though I don't work in New York City. Rockland County is the only county in the MCTD that pays more, to the tune of $40 million a year, than we receive from the MTA in transit service and funding. Rockland County train service is provided through a contract with New Jersey Transit, and the service is subpar and unreliable. The stations badly need to be upgraded, and yet those investments have not been made, with the exception of Nanuet, which, by the way, is an upscale part of Rockland County, unlike Spring Valley, and that train station is atrocious. When Rocklanders drive into Manhattan, it's often because we don't have other good options. According to the information provided earlier in the session, drivers from Rockland County represent only a very small percentage of the traffic, and therefore emissions in the area of Manhattan that would be subject to the congestion pricing under this plan.
Please speak a little slower.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll slow down. Rockland residents already pay more than our fair share to the MTA. Based on this and other things I mentioned, Rocklanders should be exempt from the new congestion pricing, or at least receive substantial credits or discounts. I'm also very concerned that the Central Business District Traffic Mobility Review Board apparently has no representatives from the MTAs west of the Hudson service region, which includes my home county of Rockland County. I would also like to say that I really don't understand how there is so little accountability with respect to how the MTA spends its money. There are tens of millions and possibly billions of dollars a year that seem to go into a total black hole. There should be more transparency in terms of how the MTA gets its money and where exactly that money goes. It doesn't seem that things ever get better. They just seem to get worse. And this congestion pricing plan just seems like a slap in the face, certainly to people like me in Rockland. And I think you'd be hearing from a lot more of us if so many of us weren't on vacation during these hearings. Thank you very much for listening. And I really hope you don't go through with this plan as it's currently proposed. Rocklanders have put up with enough, and I think we've really had it. I know I have. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carlos Yamarillo, followed by Munib Rahman.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello, hi, good afternoon. My name is Carlos. I speak on behalf of myself and other New Yorkers who are against the proposed congestion pricing tax on hardworking New Yorkers. I believe the project is a bad idea and places an undue economic cost burden on New Yorkers who choose to drive. I am a native New Yorker, and for the past 28 years, I lived on the west side of Manhattan in Hell's Kitchen. I own a car and use my car to drive in Manhattan every day. I also ride and use the public transportation system of New York. However, the public transportation system needs a tremendous amount of work to improve public safety. It is lacking in a very serious way to be a safe alternative for transportation. It is strewn with needy, unhoused people and criminals. I will say that cars and car use has had a wonderful, positive impact on my life, allowing freedom of travel, independence, and mobility. I believe that it is flawed and absurd to accept as true that the majority of New Yorkers prefer a car-free Manhattan. Fringe groups such as Transportation Alternatives, Riders Alliance, Check Pads, and other groups do not speak for everyday New Yorkers. The FHWA acknowledges that congestion pricing is partly caused by non-optimized traffic signals. In addition to this, I assert that the main root causes are the following. Rideshare vehicles. There have been a massive proliferation of rideshare vehicles. There have been changes to the traffic light sequence that have slowed down vehicle flow. The leading pedestrian interval phase to walk and do not walk signals where the cars have to wait an extended period of time. Pedestrian jaywalkers allowed to freely operate. Double length buses causing gridlock at intersections. I have photographic evidence that shows double length buses cause massive amounts of gridlock at intersections. The construction of projects that are overrun. All these factors implemented by governmental agencies in charge of transportation stewardship have contributed to congestion. Further, regarding the $60,000 threshold for economic relief, it is unrealistic and unreasonable to accept as meaningful a plan for relief that drivers in the middle income category make under $60,000 and will get some relief. The inflationary impacts of the project will raise the costs and goods and services. Finally, with regards to emissions, there are other means that remain untapped. Anti-idling enforcement by the Department of Environmental Conservation, the New York City DEP, and the federal EPA have not chose to enforce idling controls. So New York is not the...
Our next speaker is Munib Rahman, followed by Tracy Annunziato. The next speaker is Tracy Annunziato, followed by Troy Negron. Our next speaker is Troy Negron, followed by Derek McIver.
All right, can you hear me?
Troy, we can hear you.
Yes, excellent. All right, thank you, I appreciate it. So the MTA's received $4 billion on the bailout and is receiving $10 billion on the infrastructure plan. We say that that money will not be mismanaged, as all of the years of mismanagement through the MTA. The congestive pricing, for sure, you guys will generate, as you've indicated, approximately $1 billion. Who's to say in time that that won't be mismanaged? Seems obvious that the history of the MTA is just basically mismanaging it. You show that you do, certain things, and some things get produced, but where is the rest of it? I believe you guys are part of the bottlenecking of the drivers down in the city, actually throughout the whole of New York, with the understanding, quote unquote, that it will reduce traffic, but apparently it hasn't. And so what you're trying to do is to force people back into the subways, which at the end of the day, it isn't clean, as other speakers have said. It isn't safe, and though it may seemingly to be safe, right? Because not every person on the subway is getting attacked, but it's more than enough to strike fear. And of course, as I mentioned, and others, it's just not clean. It would seemingly to be that those that are, won't be able to afford, so let's say those in the Bronx or Brooklyn, Uptown, that this $23 or so, will hurt their pockets. It would seem, it just seemingly reminiscent of what Robert Moses did with the parkways. It's seemingly to generate a situation to prevent people from coming into the city, why? I'm not certain why you would want people not coming in, because if you're trying to prevent cars from coming in, you're preventing people from coming in. And so I guess to get on the subway, but again, the subway is not safe. So it doesn't seem fair. I'm sure throughout this whole day, everyone sounds like Miss Crabtree at this point, but, and I'm pretty sure it's not gonna not happen, but just be kind to others in the decision of what you're making as far as saving people money or giving out discounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Derek McIver, to be followed by Dave Sattinger.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, I'll be brief. My name is Derek McIver. I'm a Harlem resident. I've lived in Manhattan for a little over 2.5 years now. And I actually got rid of my car after living here for about 1 year because the island is so well served by buses and trains and other forms of transportation. I am impressed by the thorough assessments by this agency on the impacts of this program, on impacts to traffic and the environment, especially where climate change poses greater and greater risks every day, and vehicular pollution is a major contributor to carbon emissions. Congestion pricing is not an abstract idea. People here have talked about programs in London, Stockholm, and Singapore, which have been implemented and been very successful all around the world. So I am wholeheartedly in favor of congestion pricing for Manhattan because of the environmental improvements such as air quality, better commute times, and also as a revenue generating activity. I am not in favor of any carve-outs for the highways, and perhaps there's a different tolling structure such as by time that people on those highways can be charged in order to keep that, to not exempt them from the program. I also believe that business owners in the CBD should receive greater subsidies to encourage employees to ride transit into the zone. And I'm also in favor of public transit improvements, as many have discussed. There are certain failings which need to be addressed. For example, there could be improvements to the bus infrastructure, including more covered waiting areas and dedicated platforms, and subway improvements, including accessibility improvements on escalators, elevators, and so on. I also believe that the congestion pricing plan will make Manhattan safer for pedestrians. Manhattan has a much higher rate of pedestrians being severely injured or killed than the other boroughs. And I also think that the program should include more bike stations and better delineated and safer bike lanes. So my final thought is that I hope there is more consideration for low-income residents. I believe there are technological solutions which can mitigate many of the risks that people are talking about, such as special Easy Pass devices or different kinds of license plates that might be able to help them not bear the brunt of this pricing plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dave Sattinger, followed by Nupesh Gajar.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak for some of the working class interests of folks out here on Long Island. I live in Nassau County. And my concern here is that it seems like this whole proposal really does elevate the corporate interests of the central business district above the regional needs of residents. Congestion pricing should be based on the needs of regional residents and families to reduce congestion in a holistic regional transit plan. You know, I do appreciate the concept of congestion pricing, but where's the relief for Long Island residents? Every day our roads are congested and degraded. We are overtaxed by tolls and fares. It's time to provide us with relief from cost prohibitive pricing that precludes our families from having the quality of life we deserve for the taxes that we pay. If you're going to move forward with these types of plans, Long Islanders deserve nothing less than the following. First, elimination of peak fares on the Long Island Railroad. It just literally makes no sense. Every Long Island Railroad ticket should include a free transfer to the subways and buses in New York City and a regional fare that includes Nassau and County transportation services should be created. Resident discounts on tolls for residents of Brooklyn, Queens, Nassau, Suffolk, just like those that Staten Islanders and Rockaway residents receive, is something that should happen. We are literally on an island. I can assure you that I do not travel to other parts of New York and the tri-state area, as it's just too costly to do so. Yet we get bombarded from congestion from all over the region and other states, negatively impacting our air, water, parks, beaches, towns, our roads, and our quality of life. It's time to be fair to the residents of all the folks on Long Island. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nupesh Gajar, followed by Jen Sobers.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Eric. I have if you can hear, I have a collection of things to consider. I'm on the border of 59th Street Bridge. I'm self-employed in e-commerce delivery / retail field. I drive, I take the subway, bus, and walk. I've also used City Bike for a year. One of the things I'm thinking, especially in this area, I wonder, has anyone that's involved in decision-making driven in the proposed congestion areas at all times of the day or night? Because there's a choke point, and the choke point is by FDR, 62nd, 63rd Street. And there has been recently added bike lanes, well, recently as in 2, 3, 4 years, and they add danger to pedestrians, motorists, and add to the perpetual traffic by York, 1st, 2nd Avenue, and FDR. So the thing to consider is look around is East 60th Street, East 59th Street by Trader Joe's, right under the bridge where there's an entrance on 59th Street Bridge, 58th Street, which 58th and 2nd, or you can enter from 58th Street eastbound. East 57th Street, in the middle of the block, there's an entrance between 1st and 2nd Avenue. And if there is something to be timed with cameras, sometimes you can get around within a minute or two. Sometimes it takes half hour, it can. So, and then the other thing to consider is criminal elements on the subway, where you should take a survey of public safety at various locations at different times of the day, where MTA fare evaders get away without any shame or fear due to bail reform. The fare evaders do not need to file any reports to get their discount, while the law-abiding citizens having to do the paperwork dance for insignificant discount. There are 1, 2, 3-wheelers who ignore the traffic signals and going in all directions, including sidewalks. Some are working for delivery platforms which require delivery within 5 to 10 minutes, or the delivery employees may lose their job. Such platforms have turned delivery employees into modern-day slaves, and there should be restrictions on e-commerce delivery speed in areas which add to additional traffic, as well as Amazon trucks which just unload merchandise anywhere and increase the traffic. So everything sounds great on paper until it doesn't. And what I learned, what I heard are people feeling happy that others will subsidize their once-a-year visit to the city versus who are constantly in the area. If this MTA tax does not work, there will be no going back, and current proposal just feels excessive. So most of the people who say, oh, London, everything, we're in New York City and you should consider traveling to those places, and I have, and those are not utopias as people think they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jen Sobers, followed by Michael McLaughlin. Our next speaker is Michael McLaughlin, followed by our 150th speaker to sign up, Sherry Brown. Our next speaker is Sherry Brown, followed by Jeannie Lockard. Sherry, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Sherry, you're currently muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Sherry Brown, and I am a resident of Hell's Kitchen on 52nd Street between 10th and 11th. And my issue was that with the congestion pricing, if I left my area to go up in Harlem to visit my family, I'd have to pay a toll to get back into where I live at. Or if my kids want to come down here to visit me, they have to pay a toll to come from Harlem. Down here, they all drive. And I don't think that's fair. I think there should be an exemption for residents to live down here. We shouldn't have to pay a toll to come back home, or you just making us be in this area where we don't have to pay a toll. The transit system is horrible. It's not safe. I don't feel safe sitting there waiting for a train. And then I got to worry about if somebody's going to come up and try to push me on the tracks or slice me with a machete or a hammer coming down the steps. I'm 65 years old. I have had surgery on my foot, and it's very hard for me to get around. Sometimes your elevators are not working in the transit system. When I had surgery, I had a knee scooter. I had to go to the foot doctor in Harlem. And I get into the train station and the elevator's not working for me to go down onto the tracks. So now my boyfriend has to carry me down the steps with the foot scooter. So I don't trust your train system. And it's always your MTAs complain like they don't have money. Y'all got money through the pandemic. You also put up these posters by the bus stop to tell you when the bus is supposed to arrive, right here on 50th Street and 10th Avenue, and it doesn't work. None of these things work. So what are you wasting your money on? You set these things up and then they don't even work at all. Nobody comes back to set it up. It's just there. But we have to pay the MTA to upgrade the system. It's filthy. When you got to sit on the seats with the rats running on your foot, it needs to be a lot of improvement. And my final statement is I don't think that the tenants that live in Manhattan, down in Hell's Kitchen or past 60th Street, should be charged a toll at all. We should be exempt. This is where we live at. This is our residence. And we are being constricted. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Hope you'll take my issue into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeannie Lockhart, followed by Elaine DeVera. Our next speaker is Elaine DeVera, followed by Shar Blades. Our next speaker is Shar Blades, followed by Giovanna Mark. Shar Blades. Our next speaker is Giovanna Mark, followed by Kmim Rabbi. Our next speaker is Kmim Rabbi, followed by Dorma Sheepersade. Our next speaker is Dorma Sheepersade, followed by Kelly Prayor. Our next speaker is Kelly Prayor, followed by Walter Wachu.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I would just like to find out, first of all, the MTA received $10.5 million from the federal government during the pandemic. And I believe ridership is almost back to pre-pandemic levels. So how is this money being managed? And I'd like to know why they feel they need to charge the average worker who is just trying to earn a living for their family this money so that they can do improvements to the MTA. I think we've heard this already, but the accessibility needs a major improvement. They need safety track rails so that people don't get pushed in the subways, and security is really, really necessary. Also, as a resident of the Lower East Side, I noticed that there's a lot more bike lanes and bike stations, and they've removed parking from this area. I don't think that that's fair, but I also do believe that that is a cause for congestion um, in that area, and I'm sure in other areas of Manhattan as well in the city. I also believe that the bus lanes, sometimes there's double parked cars that need to pull over in specific areas and the buses have to go around them. I think that it's just a big jumble of a lot of these so-called amenities, which I think are really necessary, but they contribute to congestion. And it just seems that that now you want to say, well, we need more money from residents or workers coming in from other boroughs or people who actually live in Manhattan too as well, who go to other boroughs to work, so that we can get this money for improvements when the MTA has a lot of money. I agree with the previous speaker, and I'd like to know what they plan to do. The subways need to be cleaned. They're filthy. There's rats and rodents, and I mean the same thing, but they're everywhere. And what are you doing for that? What are you doing with the money to improve this for riders? And maybe that would help if you could improve those things. It would improve the ridership and people would be less likely to drive. But don't tax the average worker coming in from other boroughs. You know, things are hard. Gas prices are high, and we're giving money to other countries, but yet we need to improve what we have here. And that's all I
Please
have to
conclude
say.
your remarks.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Our next speaker is Walter Iwachu, followed by Shar Blades. Our next speaker is Shar Blades, followed by James Kane.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Shar. I'm sitting here with Jermaine, and we are two young contributors to New York City. I've ridden New York City Transit since I was 19 years old, and I'm also a driver. And I can see that there's so much advertisement being done on the trains. I mean, for 4 weeks, you can advertise with the MTA on their buses for $12,000, $12,500. So that's only one side of the bus. That's the back. There's 4 sides to the bus. Where's all this money going? And if that's what, $300,000 for one bus for 12 months, come on. So let's not play. Where's this money going that you're getting from all over the city? And then we want to talk about the low income people that come into the cities or jump the trains. You have all these police officers at these train stops, and I've seen it for myself where people will just walk in through the train stations, through the gates, right in front of the police officers. There's no accountability there. Raising the taxes or creating a toll. I do audits in this city every day. I'm in Manhattan and I'm in the other boroughs. That makes no sense to tax me if I'm in and out. If I have 3 or 4 audits to do, I'm not paying $23 one way, then $23 to come back to Brooklyn. That's ridiculous. Do the permit system. I don't know about London and I don't know about Stockholm, but I know Washington, D.C., you can eat off their train floors. I mean, you can literally eat off, pick something up, drop your piece of candy and pick it up. That's how clean it is. And in Pennsylvania, they have permanent parking. Do permanent parking for people that live in the Bronx. If you live in Brooklyn, if you live in Manhattan, that's going to help with people out with these out-of-state plates. And a lot of them out-of-state plates are fake. Somebody did say that. So there's a lot of criminality going on in the city. We work hard. We love this city. And I do appreciate, I would say to the MTA when I was not working, that I got the half fare Metro card. I'm sorry if I'm speaking so fast. The half fare Metro card. And I really appreciate that. You guys do things to help, but some of y'all are not, wherever this money is not going to the proper places. And you got to stop, tearing us apart and create more, in the boroughs. There need to be more programs for people that are, recovering from drugs, because not just giving them a place to stay. Even a Jewish man say, oh, we have all these places where they just house them. Have programs so they can, I want to be rich one day too. I don't want to stay middle class. So have programs where they can increase and make more money for themselves and be real, citizens and provide to the community of New York City. Just not have them hanging around the train stations.
and it's not safe. In Clinton Hills, the Asian woman was attacked on a train. It's not safe, and you guys are asking for all of this income from us.
Please conclude your remarks.
Division, and it's not fair.
Okay.
You know, and
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Kane, followed by Richard Burt. Our next speaker and 160th to sign up is Richard Burt, followed by Cindy Roberts. Our next speaker is Cindy Roberts, followed by Daisy Ramos.
Hello, this is Cindy Roberts. Thank you and good afternoon. I think you already heard enough about the negative impact of congestion pricing on increasing the price of goods and services in the city, as well as the horrific congestion that will ensue in communities immediately outside the zone, and more. So I'd like to illustrate my specific situation, and I'm sure there are many others who can relate to it. I am a senior on a low fixed income. I am also a driver. I do not ride a bike, and I cannot walk for distance. I live in Lower Manhattan. I have given up riding mass transit because of the filth, the easy disease transmission, and most of all, the crime. So my car has become a necessity. One of the important things I need to use my car for is taking care of my elderly mom who lives in Brooklyn. I live literally across the street from the entrance ramp to the Brooklyn Bridge, and my car is parked indoors 100 feet away from the entrance to the Brooklyn Bridge. Do you mean to say when I take my car out of my garage and enter the ramp to the Brooklyn Bridge and drive to help my mother, that when I come home, I will be charged $23 to repark my car 100 feet from the Brooklyn Bridge? Something has to be done. And if I understand correctly, I might be one of those people who gets a tax credit at the end of the year. Problem with that is that I am on a tight budget to the penny. I can't shell out hundreds or thousands of dollars in advance of the end of the year to get a credit at the end of the year. So I hope you will please seriously consider the financial impact on people such as myself, who are just trying to survive in this city in these much more difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daisy Ramos, followed by Alexander Kramer. Our next speaker is Alexander Kramer, followed by Susan Parker. Our next speaker is Susan Parker, followed by Peter Reeder. Susan, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. Susan, you're currently muted. You may unmute yourself and begin your remarks. If you're not able to unmute yourself, then we can come back to you. We'll move to our next speaker, Peter Reeder, followed by Gustavo Penafiel. Our next speaker is Gustavo Penafiel, followed by John Bonafide. Gustavo?
Yes, I'm here.
You
It's
may
very
begin your
difficult to do this. Yeah, like I was saying, my name is Gustavo Penafiel. I live in Manhattan, and I'm also an Uber driver. I pay enough taxes as it is. I think MTA is underworked and overpaid. All these fees that they do, you don't know what they're for. If that business can't be sustainable by itself, then why are they getting corporate welfare? It's not fair to me or anybody else. This is my job. I've been doing it since 2017. This is the best job I've probably had in my life. So I just think it's very unfair. There should be other ways. If they need money, there should be other ways for them to do it, like raising the toll or just basically raising the fares. But it shouldn't be subsidized by drivers, because my main work is in Manhattan, and that's basically the best place to work. The people I pick up don't take the trains, so I can't. If I was to be charged this tax, I wouldn't be able to do it, because the tax is not going to go to the riders; it's going to go to me, and I get taxed enough as it is already. So the MTA should just figure out another way. Maybe they should have a hiring freeze, a salary freeze, and get some more money other ways. But other than that, it's just corporate welfare is like, it shouldn't be given to them. Or maybe their management should be outsourced for people that really know how to run a business that, that's sustainable on itself, not on the backs of people that work. Or I've been living in this city since 1987. So, and it's always been bad. So I just can't afford it. And this is my only job. I don't have an education. I can't be a teacher or a doctor or a lawyer. So this is what I do. And I hope to continue to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Bonafide, and then we'll go back to Susan Parker. Our next speaker is Susan Parker, followed by Suad Boljevic. Suzanne, if you can unmute yourself, you can begin your remarks. We can't hear you, and we'll have to move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Suad Boljevic, followed by Kate Corkery.
Hello, I hope I'm coming in okay. So I'm a student that goes to Hunter constantly, and I take public transportation. Now, it's come to a sad state where I have to constantly look over my back, and hopefully there's not a crazy person behind me, or if there's not a mentally insane person in front of me. And that's a sad state of affairs for the transit system. And while those things are not being addressed, it seems like the MTA is going to the other way and just to add more fines for the convenient strap hanger. And that goes also for the drivers that go in and out of Manhattan, and for the people that live within Manhattan as well. It seems that we keep on ending money to the system that constantly needs more money, but yet they don't tell us where all that money is going into. And it is proven by a recent report by the RPA, where they went into a proposal of expanding the branch within Queens that was deactivated. It used to be part of the LWR system. And there was a missing 20 million of investment into that expansion plan of the subway system that were to connect to the Queens Boulevard line all the way down to the Far Rockaways. And question is, where that 20 million were to go? Probably into your pockets and not into the actual fixing of the transit system. As well as the express buses will also be inundated with constant new riders, and its services, depending on the line that you have, is chatty at best. And for example, you look at the DM5, where it's only 5 express buses going to Manhattan and 8 coming in from Manhattan. If you could improve in those areas of like bus, express, and subway, and even expanding the express and subway systems instead of having people to pay for it because the money keeps going into that black hole that everyone keeps on talking about, and to have an independent board that's independent from the MTA to actually look into where all this money is going into, because it looks like it's just likely going into the areas just to fix it. But at the same time, it's not. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kate Corkery, followed by our 170th speaker to sign up, Ron Simoncini. Our next speaker is Ron Simoncini, followed by Evelyn Steyer. Our next speaker is Evelyn Steyer, followed by Renee Castle. Our next speaker is Renee Castle, followed by Kathy Burton.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, my name is Renee Cassell. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, New York City retiree, and I live in Brooklyn. I'm grateful for this opportunity to talk about congestion pricing. I would also like to let you know that I am a motorist, cyclist, and pedestrian. So I cover it all, and I'm very, very disappointed with this congestion pricing. As you know, it's very costly to live in New York City. More and more people are making the decision to move out of New York because of the quality of life. I stopped taking the train about a year ago, the subway, about a year ago, because of incident where a gentleman tried to push another man into the subway. He actually didn't push him, but he was about to. And I happened to see that and stop. And it just really stopped me from taking the subway. And like people say, it's not safe. It's not clean. I see that, you know, the MTA has been getting bailouts for the pandemic. I appreciate the fact that they were able to give people free subway rides and bus rides during the pandemic, but it should not be on the backs of the middle class. You are pushing the middle class out of New York. And I want people to know that we have to start to vote these people out who are not looking out for our benefits, for the low income and the middle income earners are not able to afford to live in New York. So now you want to give me another tolling to come into the city. I have doctor's appointments. I was injured during 9/11. And most of my doctors are in Manhattan in the congestion pricing area. And it's not fair. It really isn't fair. I want people to understand that we cannot keep taking on these extra pricing and live in New York. And I hope that you don't, I hope this doesn't go through. I'm quite sure it is, but I hope it doesn't, so that it can help people who can't afford to live in New York. I mean, this is making my decision to leave. Thank you for the opportunity. And I hope that people vote these people out who are voting for this congestion pricing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Burton, followed by Joseph Bergdahl. Our next speaker is Joseph Bergdahl, followed by Latrice Smith. Our next speaker is Latrice Smith, followed by Paul Gordon.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Leatrice Smith. I live in Queens, New York. I live in what used to be called a two-fare zone. And it takes me 30 minutes on the bus to get to either Parsons Boulevard or Jamaica Center. It is not a, it adds to my commute if I want to go to Manhattan. Manhattan has some of the best hospitals in America. A lot of retirees still they live in Georgia, South Carolina, but they still maintain their New York City, Manhattan doctors. For me, if I have to take the bus and subway to get to Manhattan, to Mount Sinai, where most of my doctors are, it would take me over 2 hours. If I leave my job, which is in near the VA hospital in Fort Hamilton, with the R train or the N train, another 2.5 hours. I cannot take a whole day to go to my doctors in Manhattan. So this is untenable for me to use the subways and the buses to go to my doctors. I take my car, I zoom into Manhattan as quickly as possible, and I go back to work. You can't have a metro transit system that would take a whole day out of a person's life. I would lose my job. So just think about people that have chronic illnesses like cancer. They're getting radiation treatments. They're going to Beth Israel. They're going to Mount Sinai. They're going to Weill Cornell. This is untenable. People cannot use public transportation in New York because the only rapid transportation is if you live in Manhattan. And if you live in the outer boroughs, and if you live in Southeast Queens, it takes you 2 hours minimum to get to Manhattan because a half an hour is taken up just by getting to the subway. So please do not, go through with this congestion pricing. And it seems like the pretty people in New York, in Manhattan, decided that this was a good idea, but no one took into consideration what would happen to those who live in the outer boroughs, who work in the outer boroughs, whose doctors are in Manhattan. And is there going to be some type of set aside for people that have chronic conditions that doctors are in Mount Sinai, Beth Israel, NYU? What do we do? If we have to go back and forth to the doctors, on one hand we have the Inflation Reduction Act, people putting money in that hand, but taking out double from the other hand for congestion pricing.
With your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Gordon. Afterwards, we'll go back to Susan Parker. Paul, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Gordon. I live in the Bronx. Actually, I live in Mount Vernon, but I reside in Bronx. Listen, there's tolls in almost every bridge or tunnel, and these are not cheap tolls. I believe you guys are doing this to, I believe now all you guys are doing is making another way to find a way to get into taxpayer dollars. And I understand the time period right now, which you chose, is not the time period to do it. Now, I don't know the prices of London, but I'm sure it doesn't equivalent to the prices you guys want to make. By any means. Now, if the tolls were like New Jersey, I wouldn't have a problem with it. Like say $5 or anything like that. But I need you guys to make another way to find the money. But I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm hearing that you guys had $4 billion given from federal funds and another 10. I don't know how true that the other 10 is, if I'm not mistaken. You guys do spend widely. I heard you guys also spent $30 million on a staircase, and it looks about $5 million. To be honest, I have a solution. Either keep that toll at $5 and discount taxis and people who live there, or maybe raise everything across the board 25 cents to 50 cents. I'm just looking for a way the taxpayers to get a win here, you know, because we're getting hammered. And to be honest, I want everybody to know that we all pay an MTA tax. If we work in the city, we all do pay an MTA tax. And I know every project that's being built over MTA is also being paid to MTA. So I want to know what's going on with the money, if the money is being mismanaged. And I do want it to be like if you guys raise it, I want it to be like a cap over it as to be, and then maybe you guys can't raise the fare in the next 7 years or so. And I know for a fact, when this toll puts on, the BQE that they're currently working on is going to be the worst traffic in the city, if not worse than the I-95. And if they really cared about congestion, they would probably make a way of drivers can't come in the city between Monday to Thursday, between a certain time period or anything like that, below a certain area. But that is all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank
Our next speaker is Susan Parker, followed by Ian Robinson. Susan, you're being promoted to speak. Please accept and begin your remarks. Please unmute and begin your remarks. Unfortunately, because we still can't hear you, we will have to move on to the next speaker. Our moderators will make sure to provide you with information about how to submit comments through written formats. You may also submit video testimony via email to cbdtp@mtabt.org. And if you're able to join via another device, we will try calling your name once again after we've finished calling all speakers a first time. We're now at our 177th speaker on the list. Our next speaker is Ian Robinson, followed by Rafael Reyes. Our next speaker is Rafael Reyes, followed by Frank Hardaway. Our next speaker is Frank Hardaway, followed by George Urena. Our next speaker is George Urena, followed by Melissa Cromwell. Our next speaker is Melissa Cromwell, followed by Gregor Winkle. Our next speaker is Gregor Winkle, followed by Days Black. Gregor, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, I'm waving at you. Can you see me, everybody who's sitting in the panel?
Your camera is not on. Oh, there.
I'm just turning it on, 1 second.
They,
Can you see me? Wave back.
we cannot see you. Please begin your remarks.
You cannot see me? Hello? You cannot see me?
Your camera is enabled, but it's showing a black screen. Please begin your remarks.
Why? Yeah, what I want to say is, I think I'm absolutely against this congestion pricing. I think it's pretty much backward. The MTA should have come up with ideas how to implement a proper infrastructure so that it is doable for people to leave their cars at home. There's a lot of people, especially as we saw, the young hipsters, they are all for the congestion pricing, but we saw most elderly people that have arthritis that cannot get in the subway, or even disabled people cannot access the subway system. So the car is actually the last resort for them to keep their doctors, for example, in New York City. And they would be cut off from this line of access if this congestion pricing is implemented. I wonder whether this even would have some legal implications as a civil rights violation or something. I think it's outrageous what they are doing. They might say, yeah, okay, we do license plate, disability license plates, but just having arthritis and having a big problem to get to the access to the subway, even if you can find a working elevator, it does not qualify. You do not get a license plate for this. So these people really have problems to have access to these doctors. So if they are all these proponents, they do not, support the congestion pricing, they likely do not have these problems. And if they are so excited about it and so adamant in their support, we could work, maybe the MTA could work with donations, and they can show all their support, even financially. Other thing is this, the evaluation that you presented. I find it a little questionable that you want to take off the middle rail and then increase the speed of the escalators. I mean, all the people might fall off. So I'm questioning a little bit this evaluation that is presented by the MTA. This is just an example. So I'm really hoping that congestion pricing will not be implemented.
Please conclude your remarks. Thank you. Our next speaker is Days Black, followed by Stephen Salveson. Our next speaker is Stephen Salveson, followed by Veronica Mills. Our next speaker is Veronica Mills, followed by Annie Troy. Veronica, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Veronica Mills. I am a New York City resident, and I do travel using MTA. I have most of my life. And the MTA service is a vital service throughout New York City and the outer boroughs. I understand the massive need for funding, and I do understand billions of dollars on the onset. With saying billions of dollars, it does seem like an enormous amount of money. The MTA does need to provide infrastructure, repairs throughout the city, accessibility for many disabled people, physically disabled and otherwise. They do need more access throughout the city. There is still limited access with elevators not always working or escalators not always working. I do understand that there's a funding need. With that said, I agree the city has to assist in funding the MTA in order to have the service, but this method of funding seems to come at a poor time, a time where a lot of people are struggling physically after illness with the COVID-19 virus. They are struggling with this decimation of their family, losing family members. Also, they've already started recovering to become employed, but the timing is just not right. I understand this happens in 2023. Is that enough time for people to be able to pay these fees? And the fees are a 24-hour period. There seems to be no lapse or no time that anyone living in the area can freely travel. There's always going to be the likelihood of being charged. And from what was said yesterday, the way that the fees will be determined is if you enter a certain area below 60th Street, that the computers will recognize your plates. How many times are you charged there? So those are concerns about if you're traveling throughout the day. If you live in an area, you could be charged multiple times for just moving a car from here to there, or just, it sounds like it just makes it getting around challenging for the residents in the area. I understand businesses will be highly affected with deliveries being limited throughout the day. So that's all I just wanted to point out. Maybe there's another way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Annie Troy, followed by Loren Skeeter. Our next speaker is Loren Skeeter, followed by Dina Ruiz. Our next speaker is Dina Ruiz, followed by our 190th speaker to sign up, Lopin Zulo. Our next speaker is Lopin Zo, followed by Jonathan Gibbs. Our next speaker is Jonathan Gibbs, followed by Teresa Stewart.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Gibbs. I am a 10-year New York resident. I live in Brooklyn, Crown Heights. So I think I represent the people that a previous speaker, Gregor, was talking about, the hipsters who are all for congestion pricing. And before coming to this meeting, I was pretty much for the idea of congestion pricing as I understood it through the media. However, sitting on this call for the past 2 hours, at least since like speaker number 120 something, I've heard stories from people like Leatrice, who has to do doctor's appointments in the daytime and lives in a 2-fare zone. I wholeheartedly agree with what Veronica Mills said a few moments ago about how the money can be found somewhere else. It comes at a bad time when a whole bunch of people are sick. We're suffering from inflation. And there just seems like there should be a better way than
the current one that's laid out before us. You know, that's really all I have to say about it, is that as a very able-bodied, privileged person that saw what was being proposed, I said, oh yeah, that'd be great, because, you know, gridlock and the Holland Tunnel on a Friday afternoon and all that kind of stuff. And now just listening to these stories of people trying to make it to the doctor, the elderly people, all like, I couldn't be you and make the decision to continue to go on with this. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Teresa Stewart, followed by Lauren Hauptman. Teresa, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to me this afternoon. My name is Teresa Stewart, and I'm a lifelong Brooklynite. I'll start with my point that congestion pricing is wrong. Yes, there is congestion in New York City. And yes, it can be frustrating to have all that traffic, where we are a diverse city of over 9 million residents, many of whom use a variety of means to get to their various destinations. Many who use cars out of necessity and will be heavily burdened in our already expensive city, doing activities like doctor's appointments, grocery shopping, and visiting friends and family who do not live in the 5 boroughs. The City of New York's Department of Transportation has spent at least a decade narrowing streets all around the city, bike lanes, cutting off parking, making pedestrian plazas. And as we've had an uptick in population, which is obvious just in the number of luxury residential buildings that have popped up downtown Brooklyn and in Long Island City, Queens. Did anyone expect the streets to not be more congested with less streets and more people? Most New Yorkers already use mass transit to get around. Yes, the pandemic caused a dip in ridership, but New Yorkers use their mass transit. I know I do. I take the subway, the bus, the express bus. I'm a motorcyclist. I use the commuter rails, and every now and again, I do have to rent a car. When my mother, my elderly disabled mother, so sorry, I will. When my elderly disabled mother needs to run errands through the city, whether it's shopping or going to doctor's appointments, we often either put her in an Uber or Lyft or rent a car so that she's able to do so. She should not be expected to pay an additional toll just to do these activities, and she should not have to do the up, down, sometimes going backwards in order to go forward that mass transit often requires. And let's be brutally honest, excessive ride is not a viable option for enough New Yorkers, especially our elderly population. Most people like my mom are already on a fixed income, and this toll is just an additional burden that they should not have to pay, nor should the middle class or lower income. But once again, the MTA is crying out for funds and is yet to show the specific capital improvements that New Yorkers will actually receive if the MTA receives the money from congestion pricing, and when those capital improvements would be implemented and completed. In addition, the presentation mentioned on numerous occasions that the implementation of this plan would reduce the number of vehicles in Manhattan. So what does that mean that if traffic drops, can the MTA still collect $1 billion? You want less traffic, but people want the money. And what is the MTA doing with the congestion fee from Uber and Lyft rides that the city is already collecting? What is the MTA doing with the tolls that it already collects from the various crossways, the Brooklyn Battery, the Queens Midtown, the Triborough Bridge? The MTA's budget needs to be made transparent. New Yorkers need to be able to weigh in on the MTA spending, and all 7 of the congestion pricing plans need to be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Hauptman, followed by Frank Tufano.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Lauren Hauptman. I'm a Manhattan resident and native New Yorker. In general, I support tolling those who use Manhattan's resources without directly contributing to our tax base, but I ask you to consider 2 things. I live on East 63rd Street, and I am concerned about the increase of both vehicle and pedestrian traffic in this already horribly congested neighborhood, which will be caused by the CBD. I am very fortunate to live near the Q line, and I am further worried that my subway station will become overwhelmed. Please also consider the huge congestion increase in recent years that has been caused by for-hire vehicles, such as Lyfts and Ubers, which clog and pollute the streets of Manhattan. Sadly, it has become much harder to hail a taxi in Manhattan, as many drivers have been forced out by the for-hire vehicles and the pandemic. If you exempt medallion green and yellow taxis from the toll, you will achieve every anti-congestion goal associated with the new plan much more quickly. We can literally save the lives of taxi drivers, and we can get back to the iconic yellow cab culture that was a hallmark of Manhattan before Uber and Lyft inundated our streets. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frank Tufano, followed by Janet Mack. As a reminder, if you've joined the Zoom under a name that's different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, or if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Our next speaker is Janet Mack, followed by Brian Henderson. Our next speaker is Brian Henderson, followed by Natasha Sabert. Our next speaker is Natasha Sabert, followed by Michael McAllister. Our next speaker is Michael McAllister, followed by Catherine Harney. Our next speaker is Catherine Harney, followed by Suresh Wald. Our next speaker is Suresh Wald, followed by Ted Munger.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. My name is Jorge Bald. I'm a resident of the East Village of Manhattan, deep in the congestion pricing zone. I am here to raise my support of the plan and to ask that there will be no exemptions for drivers other than those that have already been approved as part of the legislation that created the congestion pricing plan. We are a family of 5 that lives in Lower Manhattan without owning a vehicle, same as the other 80% of our neighbors. We walk, we ride a bicycle, and we use public transportation. Occasionally, we rent vehicles to drive out of the city. And when we take taxis or for hire vehicles, we pay congestion fees already. It's been 3 years that we've been doing that. Every speaker before me that mentioned this surcharge, whether by Uber drivers or taxi drivers or passengers, they mentioned the surcharge is right to question it. All the money that we are paying is not going back to us. It goes to subsidize outer borough residents that enter the congestion zone by rebates paid to them for using bridges to enter the city. We are part of the vast majority. 80% of area residents don't own a car, but suffer from traffic congestion. Our quality of life is degraded.
Could you please slow down?
Our quality of life is degraded by air pollution and noise pollution that creates stress in our life. I'm counting the days until congestion pricing will be in effect, the day when the amount of vehicles on our streets will be reduced. I will be able to enjoy safer streets for my children to ride a bicycle on, since the amount of motor vehicles will be reduced. On a recent trip to London, England, I got to experience the effect of a central tolling area. The streets are quiet, public transportation is able to move freely without being stuck in traffic. The air is cleaner and the atmosphere is calmer, all in the center of an 8.5 million city just like ours. We deserve the same high life quality other cities enjoy. Please, no carve-outs to city employees, federal employees, state employees, no exemptions. Otherwise, this plan is subject to fail. Thank you.
Thank you. And could you please spell your name for the record? We will request your name, the spelling of your name in the chat. Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Ted Munger, followed by Damon O'Donnell. Ted, you may unmute and begin your remarks.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Well, I'm so glad to see that there's a public hearing on this discussion. And certainly you all are to be congratulated for hosting this. So I guess the question that I have is, I've been listening to this for an hour and a half. My question is, what problem is it that is being solved by the congestion pricing? And it sounds like there might be multiple ideas here. I hear about pollution, I hear about congestion of cars, I hear about parking. But the fact that the MTA is involved in the discussion kind of makes me wonder, is this really a financial issue? And if it is, then maybe there should be some thought about what is the problem at the MTA financially. I would think it's an operating cash flow problem, not capital expenditures. I think the ridership is at 64% of pre-pandemic levels. And so what the problem is that you're trying to solve using the money from a congestion tax is to meet an operating deficit of the MTA, which has been to a certain extent created by the pandemic. And if that's the case, then why don't you start looking at the question of why is the ridership only at 64%? Some of these people on these calls have mentioned they're concerned about crime. Now, I would think, and I'm a Manhattan resident, I've been here for 31 years. I use the transportation system all the time, and I have a car. But I would think that the problem is one of getting the criminals out of the transit system. So you've got a lot of fare beaters out there. Why don't you come up with a use of your capital funds to see if there's a way to make it so that a person cannot get on a bus or a subway without paying the fare? People who push people onto railroad tracks and people who stab people are not the kinds of people who are fare payers, okay? So if you find a way, I'm not saying there is a solution, but you gotta find a way to make it so that you can't beat the fare. And that way the operating deficit of the MTA doesn't have to be quite so large. If we were to roll the clock back, say, 6 years ago, was there an operating deficit of this scale? I don't think so. The problem has been because of a surge in crime. And you've got to go back to the city and ask the city, what are you doing to prosecute fare beating and quality of life crimes in the transit? And I think if you bring, the transit system, you make it a little bit safer, you bring the safety up, you're going to have more fares. And if you have more fares, you solve the operating problem. But the idea that you're going to, solve it with congestion pricing, this is not the right time. You've got to get workers downtown. You've got to get them in those buildings so the city can collect its property taxes. Otherwise, the city's going to have a budget deficit. Anyway, those are my observations, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Damon O'Donnell, followed by Therese Cruiser. The next speaker and 204th on our list is Therese Cruiser, followed by Joseph Verebs. The next speaker is Joseph Verebs, followed by Stacy Shub. The next speaker is Stacy Shub, followed by P. Ferreira. The next speaker is P. Ferreira, followed by Adam Purpura. The next speaker is Adam Purpura, followed by Sherwin James.
Hey, can everybody hear me? All right, good deal. My name is Adam Purpura. I'm a third generation New Yorker. I love New York. My issue is I work in New Jersey, and so I live in Astoria, so I commute. I have a sales job. I've been a small business owner as well, and so as far as that commuting, we know working in New Jersey, I'm paying taxes in New Jersey and paying taxes in New York, which is an issue. Pennsylvania and New Jersey have an agreement where they work together that you're taxed once. So that's just on top of it. Living in New York for so many years, we know like the Port Authority with the tolls, we had toll booths, we had people working there. That took those jobs away. And as far as that's, these bridges and everything have been paid off for many years. And I speak of the majority of the working class. These issues now with the MTA, I feel that they're doing it the wrong way. I think legally should have been with a law where people vote, not through a character as far as the way we're doing it today. So I hear everybody's issues, but I am for no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Sherwin James, followed by Andrew Fink. We've reached the final two speakers on our list of those who signed up or requested to speak. After they have been called, after they've both been given an opportunity to speak, we'll then read again the names of all speakers who were previously called but did not speak yet. As we make our way through the list of speakers for the second time, those present who have not spoken yet will be given an opportunity to comment. Again, if you missed your name being called, did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, or have joined the Zoom under a name that is different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. Our next speaker is Sherwin James, followed by Andrew Fink. Sherwin, you may unmute yourself and begin your remarks.
Hello and good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Sherwin James. I'm a Southeast Queens resident, and I wanted to call and let it be known that I am vehemently opposed to congestion pricing in the city of New York. There are a lot of individuals and families that live in the Southeast Queens area, of which I'm a part, which consists of Rosedale, Laurelton, Springfield Gardens, and beyond, who traditionally have to utilize the roadways to travel, whether from our area in Southeast Queens, outside of the New York City area. As of right now, there is no real route where you don't have to pay a fare or pay some kind of a toll in order to literally leave New York City or to come through New York City in one way, form, or fashion. To go into Manhattan, by implementing congestion pricing, what we're really saying is anyone and everyone who desires to drive or use a motor vehicle in order to get into Manhattan will now currently have to pay a significant, or what is being proposed as a significant toll. That's going to have an adverse impact on a lot of working class families, a lot of seniors in my community, a lot of people who are basically on the margins. Southeast Queens is a community where a significant portion of our community are losing their homes because of their difficulties in paying property taxes. We already pay the MTA through our utility bills and many other means of payment. We're paying fares, we're paying an MTA surcharge through our utility bills. We're paying high tolls when we come across the Verrazano Bridge. We're paying tolls when we go across the Triborough Bridge. And now here we're asked yet again to pay another toll, which is really just another name for a tax. However you want to call it, it's a tax. And it's unfortunate. We understand there is a need to address issues of congestion, but the reality is that the city has created some of the congestion problems that we have by the reduction and elimination of lanes throughout our city. That is one of the problems that we have that contributes to congestion, and that's a reality. It's not necessarily because we just simply have this influx of vehicles using the roadway. And in part, we have it now post-COVID or since COVID as a result of people feeling very unsafe on the MTA utilized transportation facilities. I think we need to look at other ways of being able to address the MTA's shortfall. We need to have an outside firm to be able to look at and analyze how the MTA is spending their resources. But I'm vehemently opposed to congestion pricing in any way, form, or fashion. And quite frankly, I think that Our elected officials need to be held responsible
Please
for
conclude your remarks.
this, and we need to address this in some other way other than raising
Thank
fears
you.
on the residents of.
Our next speaker, before we call the list of speakers a second time, will be Andrew Fink.
It's Andrew, am I up?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. So I live in the Central Business District. I have a car. I use it occasionally. I'm lucky in that even if this gets enacted, I'll be able to pay it. I know I'm super lucky. I was on the first session 2 nights ago. I've been on this session. The amount of people on here who are adversely affected by this is incredible. And we all, I think, can agree. This just represents a fraction of the population. These are the people who are speaking on this, how this will affect them negatively. I think we can all agree there's going to be tons of people who are affected similarly who are not speaking on here, who are not on this. I wish this dialogue was two-way, because as an example, Ted, the speaker a few minutes ago, raised a great question. What are you trying to solve for? That deserves an answer to the public as a whole. This is a one-way conversation. It's basically, this is the MTA's business proposal, and now this is a session for people to kind of make their feelings heard. This needs to be a two-way dialogue. His question is completely legitimate and deserves an answer to the public as a whole. The fact that there are not two-way dialogues going on with people able to answer questions and ask questions and get answers, that's just kind of that encapsulates issues with government. This is not a fair way or fair hearing to go about this. I know you can't answer questions that we have, but can I get a show of hands from all the people on the DOT and MTA on here? Share of hands, who feels sympathy and empathy from a lot of the people that have spoken earlier with how this will fiscally affect them? Can we see a show of hands from that? That they feel sympathy and empathy? I mean, I kind of see 3 there. It should be 5 for 5. If you don't have sympathy and empathy for these stories, there's something really wrong. How about now? Can we have a show of hands from the people on this? Who's going to go back to whether it's their bosses, the executives making decisions, and make sure that they emphasize how many people of the 200 plus speakers are going to be fiscally impacted by this? Can we get a show of hands? Who's going to go back and make that message clear? I mean, I guess I saw one up there, William. I mean, this is just a cash grab. This is not a solution to whatever issues you're trying to solve by taxing here. And I'll conclude my remarks. My friend's a teacher in Queens, teaches on the Upper West Side, drives through every day because he coaches 3 sports. His entire life is dedicated to kids. He has to drive in to be able to get all the kids. $25 per day on a teacher's salary for someone coaching 3 sports, that's an incredible impact. This is a wrong decision, and you need to make sure your bosses know this cannot go through. Thank you.
Before we reread the names, I would just like to remind everyone, this hearing is an opportunity for the members of the public to comment on the environmental assessment for the Central Business District tolling program. Your comments will be recorded, indexed, and responded to as part of the environmental assessment process. Responses will not be provided during today's hearing.
We'll now begin our second turn through the list with those speakers present. The next speaker is John Lee, to be followed by Julie Tai.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make a few points. The first one is just recently, the Citizens Budget Commission study, they came out with a report on August 23rd, in which they said that New York City Transit is at risk of falling into disrepair. So I just want to make a point that the way the MTA is spending money is it's not a good way. For example, the project such as the Second Avenue subway is costing like $4 billion per mile, and that's that's like a waste of money when you have infrastructure that's failing. So the priorities should be right now is to fix the existing transit system, including Long Island Railroad, New York City Transit, and the subway system. If you go on the subway, you can notice that the columns are like rusting. You can see water falling when it rains. The waterproofing, as you know, if you remember that this is more than 100-year-old system, so it needs to be repaired. I don't think we should spend money on any new projects. So what everyone seems to be saying is the way MTA is spending money, it needs to be held accountable. One way to do that would be have a third party. I know they had at Columbia University, something like that, a party that can be, and that will bring more transparency to the system. Right now, as you can hear, the public is just not happy with the way MTA is spending its finances. So once you bring in that party, you'll have more like more respect for what's happening in the MTA. Other things, there was a story about like the air quality in the subway. There was a concern about steel dust, and there's also a news story that they use magnets to remove some of that dust. I think that's a good idea. They need to find some experts who can look at those issues and solve those kind of problems. You really need really technical experts. I think that's another issue. The last 25 years, 30 years, we've noticed that there's less technical people at a lot of these within MTA. So you really need the outside experts. And the last thing I want to say is that what got us here is these bond issues. In 2008, MTA used bonds to get us in this mess. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Tai, followed by Susan Parker.
Hello, my name is Julie Tai. I'm president of the New York League of Conservation Voters, which is a statewide environmental advocacy organization.
Ma'am, could you please slow
the
down?
Opportunity. Sorry. Would you like me to start over?
Please.
Okay. My name is Julie Tai. I'm president of the New York League of Conservation Voters, which is a statewide environmental advocacy organization. I live in Hell's Kitchen and I work in the financial district, so I certainly live and work in the central business district. We are longstanding supporters of congestion pricing. We strongly supported its passage in 2019, as well as its start in 2008. And we are pleased that the environmental assessment has finally been released, having been held up by the Trump administration for 2 years. And after the MTA has held numerous public outreach and stakeholder discussions to come to this point. We urge the US DOT to swiftly approve the central business district tolling program when the public comment period closes, and for the MTA and New York State and city governments to then implement this program as quickly as possible. First and foremost, the EA tells us what we have long known, and the answer to the question an earlier speaker asked. Congestion pricing will reduce congestion and improve air quality, just as it has in London, Stockholm, Singapore, and elsewhere. Congestion pricing will result in a $15 billion capital investment in the MTA, which is the lifeblood of the New York metropolitan region. We can't drive our way out of the climate crisis, and we know that overwhelmingly low and moderate income people use mass transit to travel into the CBD. Congestion pricing won't only benefit Manhattan's central business district, but the entire region. Funding will be dedicated not just to the subway and bus system, but also in Metro North and the Long Island Railroad. By statute, commute times for people who must commute by car will be shorter. Congestion pricing will have significant benefits for the environment. The EA forecasts that the proposed tolling scenarios would decrease VOCs, NOx, carbon monoxide, PM10, PM2.5, and carbon dioxide equivalents across the board in Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, and Suffolk and Hudson counties, with decreases in most of these pollutants in Nassau, Westchester, and Putnam counties as well. This represents a meaningful decrease in greenhouse gas emissions from transportation and is a real win for clean air and public health, representing the single biggest step we have taken towards improving air quality since we phased out number 6 home heating oil. I am concerned that under some of the scenarios, the EA forecasts potential increase in some of these pollutants in some places, in particular the Bronx and Staten Island. We know that the state can and should comprehensively mitigate any environmental justice issues caused by changes to traffic patterns from congestion pricing. We encourage capping the Cross Bronx Expressway, improving public transit and building out electric vehicle charging infrastructure and zero emission public fleets in these areas, and prioritizing clean truck fleets and spending federal infrastructure investment and jobs acts and Inflation Reduction Act transportation dollars. I'm confident that any adverse impacts of congestion pricing can be satisfactorily mitigated if the state and city governments begin to act on these measures now. We urge you to move forward with congestion pricing with as few exemptions as possible, and we thank you again for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Parker, followed by Tashana Watson. Susan Parker. Susan, if you can unmute and proceed with your comment. Susan, we'll have to ask you to submit in another form. We'll go now to Tashana Watson, followed by Inocencio Lopez. Tashana, if you could unmute and proceed with your comments.
Hi.
Hi, we can hear you.
Yes, I am not in favor of congestion pricing. I think it's going to be just a fairy tale of benefits, which we're not going to see. This is just taking money out of hardworking people's pockets. I actually live in Queens. I'm a New York resident for 41 years now. I rarely go to Manhattan, but I feel the burden that's going to put on regular working people that has to pay this tax. It makes no sense. It really makes no sense. The MTA has their hand in every form of transportation. So it's like they're trying to cripple us from moving around. People mention they have to go on doctor's appointments. Some people may be shopping or whatever it is, or conducting business. No one is joyriding in that area. People have business to take care of. So even with the tax, if this does go through, and I'm pretty sure that it will, I don't feel that anything that we say is going to change anything, but we're still going to voice our opinion and our dismay for these choices that are being made. I just feel like it's just another way to put money in the MTA's pockets that's already strangling us to death. Literally, everywhere you go, there's a toll. Tolls, the bridges, everything. MTA is involved in every form of transport in New York City. So I don't see how this is going to help for the environment. They need to be audited. They need to be transparent. I've heard many people say that the MTA has not been transparent. I don't have all the facts. I remember back in 2003 or 2004, the MTA wanted a certain amount of money, and it came out that the MTA had a surplus that they were hiding. And then after that, I never heard this again. And that was around the time that they started the project for the extension of the 2nd Avenue subway, which I don't even know if that's been completed yet. That's been like 2 decades now. Like, come on, let's be real. This is very, very wicked of the MTA. They're just greedy. I'm not going to say unfair, because everybody that's on that board, you know that this is unfair. It's wickedness. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. The next speaker, Inocencio Lopez. Michael Murray. Isabella Ricci. Brian Jankowitz. Donald Howell. Daniel Flax. Winston Fernandez. Birain Parikh. Kyle Buford. Jose Liz. Frank Hernandez. Chris Moody. Jay Rash. Precious Golston. Oscar Ortega. Trevor Sheed. Jose Del Rosario. Alan Pena. Alexander Sanchez. Yoel Mateo. Robert Friedrich. Adrian Mercado. Christopher Reyes. Gerald Adams. Dima Teploff. Paul Wang. Bill Weber. Lori Goodman. Mukul Biswas. Michelle M. Hassan El Helwa. Imran Rabbani. Norman Edwards. Susan Lee. Yvette Phillips. Daniel Pizarro. Guy Kroll. Thomas Donnelly. Angel Acevedo. Stuart Keller.
As we continue making our way through the list of speakers for the 2nd time, if you believe that you missed your opportunity to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Nick Drosos, Late Dorsey, Noe Rodriguez Carrero, Alvin Orocho, Tyler Hines, Steve Wang, Vincent Rocco, Kendall James, Daryl G. Fulton, Daniela Seitan, Jose Picardo, Cesar Garcia, Marcin Gornick, Kiana Raysor, Yunjo Lee, Juan Duran, Ellis Eiffel, Alex Sidono, Chris Doyle, Marissa Cyril, David Dean, Tawana Lewis, H. Black, Mike Ash, Felipe Hausman, Stefan Wallace, Michael Goals, Betavi Desai, Jason Anthony, David Zellman, Abram Morris, Gerard Ferreira, Brian Byrne, Thaddeus Alexandra Jr., Leslie Halliday, Hoi Chang, Christian Munoz, Denise Williams,
And if you did not sign up to speak but would like to speak, or have joined the Zoom under a name different from the one you used when you signed up to speak, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. Fatima Ahmad, Jose Paulino, Sarah Mahmoud, Anthony Tuck, Janice Gardner, Scott Sloat, Marianne McElroy, Therese Ann, Maylin Espinoza, Arnell Halper, Ivan Ventura, Shumel Avital, Ali Madhu, Hannah Kushner, Josh Gottheimer, Manarul Islam, Stephanie Peterson, John Banzer, Vicky Madden, Morgan Adze, Eric Makarov, Christian Baum, Danny Sena, we'll jump to Frank Hardaway. If Frank is ready. Frank Hardaway.
Hey, good afternoon, Frank Holloway. Anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, finally. Anyway, I'd like to share about, I am in favor of congestion pricing. I am for favor of congestion pricing, but with condition. I think y'all need to expand it even further more. Well, having in the central business district right now, currently, the way I see it, the way I study, I don't think it's enough. I should be expanded in all 5 boroughs, not just in Manhattan. How about Brooklyn, Staten Island, Queens, and the Bronx? Look at all the main arteries throughout the metropolitan East. People coming in inside the five boroughs and even outside the 5 boroughs, vice versa. I see there is tremendous money opportunity out there. I believe the politicians, the system is really sitting on. Yes, the NTA bridges, the tunnel, yeah, it's okay. The tolls it's fine. Even you got the cashless toll, they good and everything. But tell you the truth, y'all complain about you don't have enough money to get this done and get that done. Hey, my idea, if you don't follow my advice, y'all gonna spend the next 1 decade, 2 decades, or the next lifetime talking about this and still nothing get done. But y'all may not agree with my idea or like my idea, but I see it as like a deal thing. It's like you may get something back in return if you go along, expand. Like let's say, for example, cashless toll on a major Deegan Expressway connected to the New York State Thruway, vice versa, or the Long Island Expressway going in from Queens and Nassau in the southern state and the Bronx River, for example. I'll say, how about what about the New England Thruway, Interstate 95? How come we can't have cashless toll in there? And look at the Cross Bronx. I see this every day as a professional school bus driver. I used to drive around in the Bronx. I see this on a daily basis. It's like traffic is horrendous, terrible. But what I'm telling you, it's not going to reduce traffic. But I see it's an opportunity. You can make money. You're sitting on millions of dollars a year, but you're not exercising. You can make like not just a year, make it be a month or so. There's money you can make for transportation infrastructure too. It's right there underneath your nose. It's been underneath our nose for many, many years. If you do a little study and research, you'll understand what I'm talking about. So take a consideration, think about these things, do your research, do your study. You see what I'm talking about.
Conclude your remarks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That'll be all. I'll be back another.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Glenn Belofsky, followed by Joseph Barabbas.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank the city DOT, the state DOT, US DOT, the MTA, all the authorities to be here today on a beautiful Saturday in August. Appreciate everybody being here. And for this democratic process, engaging the public. The simple truth is that as a born and bred New Yorker, 66 years old, I've ridden the subways all my life. I don't think there's enough money in the world to fix them. It's a sad statement. I don't like making this statement. But sometimes you got to start fresh. I know this is not on the table today, but this is my opportunity to speak to everybody. So I just think we're pouring money down a hole, literally. That's rat infested, filled with crime. And the only way it's ever gonna come back to life is not because of money. It's because if every municipal worker, state, city, federal, actually picks up a broom and a mop and a towel and cleans every day, because we just don't have enough workforce or not enough incentivized workforce to clean it. The only way to get things clean is to get your hands dirty. No matter how much money you throw at it, it's not going to clean it up. And I'm very sad to say this, but it's a truthful statement in my view. Plus the fact that nobody believes for a second that congestion is of vehicles and bicycles and pedestrians is going to decrease. It's just a nickname. It's, congestion pricing. I would be remiss if I didn't give due credit to this to former Mayor Mike Bloomberg, and also give respects to may rest in peace to Sheldon Silver, who are two people who are unfortunately not here today. But this is the Mike Bloomberg program. Make no mistake about it, whether you're in favor of it or not. I want to thank the panel for its time and wish everybody good health.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Reyes. Joseph, you may be on mute.
Hi, can people hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to briefly state that I'm very much against congestion pricing. I live in the zone that will be affected, and interestingly, the area in the zone I live in is primarily residential. Anyway, it's the Stuytown area, so I've never quite understood why that part of the city is in the zone. But aside from that, I just want to say, as somebody who's lived in the city all his life and has owned a car, yeah, I generally I basically use mass transit whenever I can. If I could get somewhere using the bus or subway, I do it. It's just that a lot of places are not, feasible to reach by mass transit, especially if a person wants to enjoy things outside of New York City and other parts of the state that are available to do. You just can't get there by bus, subway, or even Metro North. So to be charged extra money on top of, tolls and taxes and everything else that car owners are already paying just doesn't seem fair, especially to those who live in the zone. The other thing I'll say is, not all that long ago, I had unfortunately to take a family member back and forth to a medical facility for radiation treatment at 7 a.m, and to have, incur a $20-something charge for something like that every time I used the car, which was every single day for a month. It just would have been another burden to add. That just doesn't seem, to be fair to me and to other New Yorkers who are in a similar situation. Last thing I'll say is I know a number of people who own small businesses. I'll even mention the guy who cuts my hair, my barber, drives into the city every morning, gets there by 7 o'clock, works a 10, 12-hour day, and drives home. And he's told me that, where he lives in Queens, it just wouldn't be feasible to run his business if he had to take mass transit. So overall, I think mass transit is great. I use it whenever I could, but there are times that I and others need to use a car, and this is just going to be something that's going to make that overly expensive and burdensome. And I honestly say, for myself and a lot of people I know, we're not going to vote in the future for anybody who supported this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you missed your name being called, did not sign up to speak but would like to, or have joined the Zoom under a name different from the one you used when you signed up, please identify yourself in the Q&A function. You may also request to speak anonymously. Ryan Milligan, Juliet Alexander, George Pilieri, Munib Rahman, Tracy Annunziato, Jen Sobers, Michael McLaughlin,
Jeannie Lockard, Elaine DeVera, Giovanna Mark, Knim Rabbi, Dorma Seepersade, Walter Iwachu, James Kane, Richard Burt, Daisy Ramos, Alexander Kramer, Peter Rader, John Bonafide, Kate Corkery, Ron Simoncini, Evelyn Steyer, Kathy Burton, Joseph Bergdahl, Ian Robinson, Rafael Reyes, Jorge Urena, Melissa Cromwell, Days Black, Stephen Salveson, Annie Troy, Lorenz Skeeter, Dina Ruiz, Lopin Zuo, Frank Tufano, Janet Mack, Brian Henderson, Natasha Sabert, Michael McAllister, Catherine Harney, Damon O'Donnell, Therese Cruiser, Stacy Shub, P. Ferreira. This concludes our second run through of the list of those who signed up to speak.
Thank you all for joining us today. For those who did not do so already, we encourage you to take our short survey via the Q&R code or the link being currently displayed. The link can also be found in the Q&A section of the Zoom. For details about upcoming hearings, please visit the project website at mta.info/CBDTP or call the public meeting hotline at 646-252-6777. As a final reminder, in addition to the virtual public hearings, there are several other ways you can provide comments on the environmental assessment through September 9th, 2022. We encourage the public via the CBDTP website, where you can also find the latest project information and sign up to stay informed via email. You may also email comments to cbdtp@ntabt.org, send them via mail to CBD Tolling Program, 2 Broadway, 23rd floor, New York, New York, 10004, or call 646-252-7440. Comments may also be provided directly to the Federal Highway Administration via email to cbdtp@dot.gov or via mail to FHWA, New York Division, Ray CBDTP, Leo W. O'Brien, Federal Building, 11A Clinton Avenue, Suite 719, Albany, New York, 12207. The time is currently 2:44. This concludes our hearing. Thank you again for your participation.